Okay. Go ahead, Anthony, and hit record. We're
Recording
live,
in
Mayor.
progress.
We're live.
Thank you. I'd like to call to order the City Council special meeting of October the 25th, 2022. Tonight's meeting is a hybrid meeting. Community members are welcome to join us either in person or remotely through Zoom or by telephone. Clerk, will you please call the roll for the meeting?
Councilmember Nixon.
Here.
Councilmember Black.
Here.
Councilmember Curtis.
Here.
Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Councilmember Pascal.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Here.
Mayor Sweet.
Here. Our study session tonight is on the preliminary 2023-2024 budget. City Manager.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. Before I pass this off to our Finance Director, Michael Olson, I just wanted to say a few words of thanks for this process. First, a special thanks, especially to Michael Olson, our Finance Director, and George Dugdale, our Financial Planning Manager. Also to our budget leadership team that helped create this document, Beth Goldberg, Deputy City Manager of Operations, Sri Krishnan, Deputy Director of Finance, and Kevin Pelstring, who's our Financial Planning Manager. And all of the financial planning staff that I know George is going to be talking about later. A thank you to all our directors who, as I mentioned to you in email, are all watching this remotely just to keep a little COVID space for us all. But they're all online and they're all here to answer questions for you. They and their leadership teams really put together, I think, thoughtful proposals and were amazingly collaborative throughout this process. And I am really grateful for their help. And then thank you to the council. The success of this budget would not have been possible without the resources and the policy direction you gave us over the past couple of years, and especially over the past few months. And we are so grateful for that. And then most importantly, I want to say a thank you to our community. They have been sharing their priorities and interests in so many ways over the last couple of years and in so many forums, and we really tried to build this budget to respond to their priorities. So I think together we have built a very outstanding preliminary budget that we believe will keep Kirkland one of the best places in America to live, work, and play, and we look forward to spending these hours with you to give you an overview and hear your questions and observations. So with that, Madam Mayor, I'm going to go ahead and turn over to Mr. Olson.
Good afternoon. Thank you, City Manager. Good afternoon, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. It does take a city to build a budget for a city. A lot of people have been involved, and I just echo all of the city manager's thanks to everybody involved. And before we start the slideshow and have an overview of what our agenda will be, I'm going to turn over to George so he can introduce his staff who have been putting the nuts and bolts together.
Thank you, Michael. Hopefully, as I do this, they'll be able to turn their cameras on and be seen. I often thank them and don't do it by name for their own embarrassment, but today I'm going to because they have put so much effort into this. So first, as the city manager said, we have Kevin Pelstring, our financial planning supervisor, Veronica Hill, our senior financial analyst for public safety, Andrea Peterman, our other senior financial analyst, and then our two budget analysts, Nida Haroon and Daniel Brown. I want to thank them all individually and collectively for all the hard work. Somebody who is not going to be able to turn their camera on because she has left for the day is Melissa Bartoletti, the financial administrative assistant, who we also couldn't have done this without. She's been instrumental not just in bringing things in and making sure that this is set up, but actually all the way through the process, really a key member of the team. She's had to leave to go to her graduate program where she's doing public administration, so maybe one day she'll be in a different role in the budget process.
Great. Thank you, George, and thank you for bringing your team with you. We really do appreciate all of the effort that they've put into this process.
And I just, one final thing, I don't want to take up too much time with thanks. We do have a budget to get through, but we switched to a new software system for this budget. The company is called Gravity, and we have, in particular, some support staff and some technical staff who helped us put this in the system, and they are based in Ukraine, and through what has been an incredibly difficult and challenging time for them, they were able to provide us with just incredible support to get this budget up and running. And so the look and feel that's slightly different this time is because of their hard work. So, Michael.
Thank you, George, and thank you, financial planning staff. And while you may not see them through the presentation, they will be still present and taking copious notes and listening to everything we say and helping us to bring back any questions that you have for us. And I believe George is going to drive the slides, and he's getting that set up. Now, we do have 6 hours. We have just over 100 slides. It's a lot of material. And so we'll walk through the agenda. But I did want to say, even though we do have 100 slides and a lot of things to talk about and present, it doesn't cover every part of the 600-plus page budget book. And so I wanted to let all of you know that George and I are available at any time to answer questions. You can interrupt us anytime through this presentation to ask questions, or we can set aside time apart from this meeting to meet or talk, or virtually or in person, to answer any questions on any part of the budget book and how it was built. So, next slide. So today, we are going to have some introductory comments from Kurt on the theme of the budget, then review the finances. George will be taking a look at the finances, the revenue and expenditures, and our priorities. A 15-minute break, and then discussing the topics on the issue papers, the major issues. Then a dinner break. And following that, we review the service packages, the increased levels of service by council goal area. And then any discussion for finance and policy discussion available after that. A little bit of what's next on the calendar in the coming month and a half. On November 1st, we have a study session of the budget and the CIP, whatever questions we can answer from tonight and updated information. There are also 2 public hearings, or a public hearing to cover both the budget and the CIP on November 1st. And then on November 15th, we have a study session again on the CIP if needed, so to talk about any updates. We do have a public hearing on the budget, but also the preliminary property tax, because the 2023 property tax has to be set by the end of November. And so following that, there will be an ordinance. And then on December 13th, hopefully, we approve everything. The final amendments to the 21-22 budget, a resolution for the 23-28 CIP, and the final property tax levy ordinance if King County has the updated numbers for us, and then adopting the 23-24 budget. And so as we jump into the slides, we talk about what is a budget. Government Finance Officers Association has a Distinguished Budget Presentation Awards program, which Kirkland has received this award for the last 17 budgets. From 2021-22 budget on backwards. And it really recognizes that we are transparent in our budget for the community, revealing all of our expenditures, all of our revenues. And the document you have before you is 4 things. We have to meet program criteria. It's a long checklist, and we excel. It's a policy document. It is a financial plan, an operations guide, and a communication tool. So our endeavor is to make sure that the preliminary budget book is all of these things. And once the council adopts the final budget in December 13th, we prepare all the final notes and the final numbers and present it to the community so that they can see how we're running. With this, I'm going to turn it over to Kurt to talk about some of the budgeting priorities.
Thank you, Michael. So the next slides 6 through 11 are mine, just to give a quick overview. These were in the budget message, but we just, for the council today and also for members of the public who are watching, wanted to share with you my themes for the budget. So as you see that from the title of the budget book itself, sustaining services and building a community where everyone belongs. Taking us all the way back to May, one of the biggest challenges we thought we were going to have in this budget process was really just how do we avoid cuts? How can we sustain services? And in particular, the council has spent so much time developing the 21-22 budget and the big gains that we made in DEIB investments and community safety investments. We really focused on that, like how are we going to be able to keep these going forward when we're looking at this incredible inflation and some of the challenges of the Great Recession, the Great Reshuffle, excuse me, where we had all of this employee movement. At the same time, whoops, sorry, going back one. The other big issue was the continued part of COVID-19 and the pandemic, and particularly its impact on the poor and the disadvantaged communities that really needed help. And so that's how we started out, is how do we protect all this going forward, and then how do we look at some of the gains that the community is asking us to do, right? There was also some expectation of additional services, and those were the things where we tried to balance, where we got into where the community, where everyone belongs. So next slide. So I'm very proud of the fact that, aided by a really strong local economy, and as I said, some of the policy decisions the council gave us, and some thoughtful use of our voter-approved Propositions 1 and 2 and some other tools, we have balanced the budget. And we balanced the budget in a way that actually reduced the deficit in the out years. And that was a huge concern of this council in our May retreat, also of the staff, obviously. We're very proud that this fully funds the community safety program that you initiated last year and the DEIB efforts that you did. And we've not only made them just one time, but ongoing. So they're now in the base budget. Yeah, Michael talked about GFOA, but I think the other thing that we want to bring to your attention and the public's attention is we did all this without gimmicks. We did it following all of our financial policies, including reserve replenishment. That's a topic we'll talk about later today, because that is a policy choice for you, and to protect our AAA credit rating. But so we've done all this in a really sustainable, thoughtful, transparent way that complies with all of our financial policies. And finally, one of the ways that we're able to do that is the use of real estate excise tax for flexibility and the ground emergency medical transport funds, which council's seen in the past, but we use those particularly for some of the general fund positions that we're able to use to sustain the efforts. And so we did not have to make any reductions in any of our departments for services, and so we feel very proud that we have, in fact, sustained services. Next slide, please. Which then allowed us to focus on, could we continue to make some strides into being a community where everyone belongs, which was the new council goal that the council had added, and we take your goal setting very seriously. We always want to show progress there. So one of the centerpieces of these, as you know, is creating the Regional Crisis Response Agency. This is fully funded in the budget, and the council is actually going to take up the final interlocal agreement on November 1st at your Tuesday, November 1st council meeting. The Human Services Grant recommendations will have the highest ever investment in Human Services Grant recommendations. That does not count ARPA and CARES Act monies, which sort of come out of the federal government, but for the city invested grant programs, this is the highest amount we've ever done, and the need is even higher. So that's another issue that I know the council is going to be talking about, but we worked really hard to try to address as much of that as we could. One of the ways we did that is we kept the House Bill 1406 money reallocated for rental assistance instead of sending it to ARCH. But what we did do is we used the real estate flexibility that this city championed a couple years ago at the state legislature to send ARCH replacement money for that House Bill 1406 money. So not only did we get to use this to help human services grants, but we're actually having our highest ever contribution to the ARCH Trust Fund as part of this budget. And then finally, the American Rescue Plan Act, we have some unallocated funds that were set aside for rental assistance, and we use those to help close the gap with our human services funding grants. Next slide, please. We have proposed to you a dedicated position in Kirkland to be a homeless outreach position. We had tried to contract for grants with contract agencies on this, and they just couldn't ever keep a person. It was very hard to get anyone, and when they did, they often left. And so we think to have a dedicated, ongoing certainty of this position, we think we need to bring it in-house as part of the Human Services Division. And we think it'll have enormous benefits, which you'll hear about later, with our first responders, with our community responder program, and with our community. As the council's heard, we have a universal low-income discount program because we know the cost of utilities and taxes are a burden on everybody, and we want to help out those who have lower incomes. And then beyond the ARCH investment that I just talked about, we actually set aside $800,000 to help invest in the health through housing facility at the former La Quinta Inn. And the idea behind this is resident-led community investments in their facility and their parking lot that would make it a place that people want to live and that the community wants to engage them. Next slide. My last couple slides, in addition to the key themes, you're going to hear about the strategic anchors, and one of those strategic anchors is the Kirkland Quad that comes from our survey. And so the public knows, the council knows, we do use that to guide our investments. And the place that the community said we needed to improve the most, we really tried to put some budget investment towards. And so these things that I'm about to talk about, you'll hear more about later about the Quad, but the places where they think we need to dramatically improve are traffic flow, pedestrian safety maintenance. That's the number one. And there's a whole series of investments in here that we're going to be making to try to help with that. We have new transportation engineer, which we're proposing to fund with the school camera money. We have a transportation master plan update, We have a speed zone study citywide so that we can lower speed limits, which I know is a council priority. We have enhancements for our snow and ice programs and our flood reduction to keep traffic moving in storm events. And a lot of investments in staff to make sure that the infrastructure goes faster, as well as some investments to accelerate the safety projects for bike and pedestrian capital projects, which will help give people alternatives to driving in their cars. Next slide. The last one was planning in response to growth, and this is one that's always hard to understand exactly what the community is looking for. There's a sizable group that just means no more growth, and so we certainly understand that. That's a policy debate that we in the community have. But what we also think it means is making sure that you're investing and keeping up with growth, and also that you're making sure that we keep development accountable. And so there's a whole series of investments you're going to see in the development services and in public works to really do all of those things. So new inspectors, new permit review, utility workers, equipment, a whole host of things that will help make our infrastructure work and help make sure that the development that happens in Kirkland happens responsibly and safely. So those are kind of a couple highlights. I want to see if the council had any questions on the themes before I turn it back to George and Michael and we begin to go through the budget process itself.
See none. I just will comment, however, I really think that you kicked this off with a message that resonates with everything that we've been talking about over the course of years. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, back to you, sir.
Thank you, City Manager. As the City Manager mentioned, three of our important aspects of our budget, and has been for the last several biennium, are our strategic anchors, which focus on, in building our budget, that it is sustainable, affordable, and focused on the community priorities. Sustainable, the first one of our strategic anchors is our forecast. Every year, we forecast 6 years out, and we want to make sure that we are accounting for all the expenditures, all the revenues, looking at what the future holds so that we build a balanced budget each time. And as you can see from the table on this slide, that our budget is balanced for 23 and 24, and it's nearly balanced for 25 and 26. So a key message is to keep our budget sustainable. The next anchor is the price of government. Is our government affordable? This is a graph, a comparison of all the revenues of the city compared to the aggregate personal income level of the city's residents. And the question is, what is reasonable for a city to cost to its residents? And the thinking is it's between 5% and 6%, as noted in the bar above. And Kirkland, for the last decade or so, has been between 3% and 4%. It's important to note, just back up a little bit, that this price of government does include the increase in the RGRL that the council just approved, and it also builds in the $20 card tab fee starting in 2024. And the final anchor is the focus on community priorities. This is a graph built from the community survey with the services of the service budgets of the 23-24 budget overlaid on top of this. And on this graph, as you go from left to right, depending on how you're looking at it, that is the higher performance. Every dot on that graph is placed by the community survey, how important it is to, how the performance is to the community, and up and down is how important it is to the community. So the upper right are the stars, performing well and very important to the community. And each of these dots have placed with them the amount of budget that's in the 23-24 budget to show that the city is spending on the priorities of the community. Any questions on our strategic anchors? With that, I will turn it over to our financial planning manager, George, to discuss our overview.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Good afternoon, Council. So we have a fair number of slides, as we do in this big study session. So I'm going to kind of run through them. Stop me if you have questions on specific slides, but we'll also break at certain points for kind of more general questions. So we're going to start with financial overview.
George, just 1 second. Council, for the duration of this, I think if I'm not looking at you and you've got a question you want answered, just speak up. Thank you.
So before we jump into the overview, I just want to have a quick kind of check-in on the impact of some of the biennial revenue changes, because they can make the increases seem different or often larger than you're expecting. So this first table shows you an example revenue that would be $20 million in 2021. If it increases at 2.5% a year, you're getting 5% increase in 23-24, then 21-22, or just over 5, rather than 2.5%, which is what kind of the annual change might look like. And we actually had a question specifically on our property tax, and so the second table there shows you the impact of our property tax. The other thing, when we're comparing 21-22 budget numbers to 23-24 budget numbers, to note is that we normally use the 21-22 estimated amount as our baseline rather than the budget. And so because of changes that have happened since we first put the budget into place, and in particularly in, say, sales tax, because of our conservative budgeting assumptions, there can be quite large variances between the budget and the estimate. And so the 7.2% increase in property tax from the 21-22 budget to 23-24 budget is partly due to the change between the budget and the estimate, and then partly because of that biennial change.
All right, I have a question. George, that might have just gone over my head. So let me ask you, let me break it down. Let me ask a question from my point of view, which I hope is also maybe the point of view of maybe some of our taxpayers. So when I was reading page 9, which is actually Roman numeral 9 of the budget something message, I was looking at the table at the top of that page. So just for my colleagues, I was looking at the table at the top of that page. Property tax percent change is 7.19% in that table.
Yeah.
The same 7.2% we see in the slide. Sure. In the discussion of property tax just below that, we talk about that being comprising the 1% optional increase.
Yep.
And then we say new construction is projected to generate 1.5%. Yeah. So like if when I was studying the table before I got to the discussion, I was like, okay, so we're doing the 1% optional increase. The other 6.2% must be made up by new construction. But then I got to the paragraph below and I see that only 1.5% of that is made up by new construction. So is that what you were just talking about? So where's that other, where's that other, whatever it is, 4-point-something% come from?
So the 1 and 1.5% are additive. So it's like a 2.5% increase per year. And because it's a biennial change, you have to factor in that there's a growth between 21 and 22. And so you already account for some of that change, in that first year. 2022 is our baseline number from which we build 23, and then 24. And then the second piece is that we don't use the 2022 budget number, we use the 2022 estimated revenue number. And in this case, there was about over $500,000, maybe close to $700,000 difference between what we had originally budgeted for 2022 and what we're actually likely to receive in revenue. And that's mostly because we had built the 21-22 budget, I know this is just a lot of numbers, with a 2% increase assumption. And our new construction estimate has been much higher than that in the past 2 years. So to try and explain it without numbers, there's really two factors. One is that our estimated revenues are higher than our budgeted revenues, and those are what we use to build the next budget. The second piece is that because there's 3 years of annual changes, and each one of them is 2.5%, you're getting a much bigger kind of biennial growth than you might expect. So the 2.5% number in the description is an annual percentage growth.
Okay. And then if I can follow up, so for one of our existing property owners, I've lived in Kirkland for 20 years. I've owned my property in Kirkland for 20 years. On this budget, what would their property, are they going to see a 7.2% increase in their property tax?
So the reason I can't answer that is because we don't set their bill. So their bill is set by the assessor.
Yes.
So our
of course.
total levy will grow by the 1% plus new construction.
Yeah, so I have to rephrase that question so that you can actually answer it. And it won't really answer the question for any one particular homeowner. But for if we aggregated all of our homeowners who've lived in Kirkland for multiple years, own their property, have not redeveloped their property, if we aggregated them all together, for at least for the taxing district that is the city of Kirkland, as opposed to other taxing districts in which they might reside, like the school district, are they going to see a 7.2% increase in their
They would
property taxes?
see, assuming that everybody's, if we're going to simplify it, let's assume
Yep.
that everybody's property raises at an equal pace. Their property tax bill would rise by 1%.
Okay, thank you.
I would say there's additional challenge because it's residential and commercial.
Yep.
And so while as a city, we get to take 1% more and maybe a residential property's value has gone up, a commercial property value may have gone down, and the county's going to collect 1% more for us, but it's going to be different from every property based on where their assessed valuation went.
Yep. Okay. But this does help me frame the issue in my own head, which helps me answer questions that I get from residents who are taxpayers about their property taxes. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
It is worth noting, if people are just watching, that Washington has one of the strangest property tax systems in the country, and we're one of the few states that does it the way we do it. So it is really not intuitive at all.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would just pile on and say that everyone who's lived someplace else and paid property taxes in California or someplace else, or has family who's paid property taxes in Ohio or someplace else, it's really easy for them to misunderstand how the property taxes in Washington work, which is why I was because I want to make sure I understand it too, so I can answer residents' questions fairly.
When I was at the UW in my graduate school, Dwight Dively, who was the budget director for Seattle for a long time, had this slide that he would show everyone about how you can either cap the assessed valuation, which I think is what they do in California, you can cap the rate, which is what a lot of states will do, or you can cap the levy, which is the kind of end result, which is what Washington has chosen to done, which is very strange because you're capping the function of the other two. So then you have to back into the other two pieces of the calculation to get there, which is why it's a question we get a lot from residents as well, and I think is a question the county gets a lot from people, is why I thought it was 1%, why did my property tax go up 5% or something?
Yeah. Thank you.
So along these same lines, let's say that we took the 1%, which we consistently do, and budgeted on the assumption that we would have a 2% for new construction. But then there's so much new construction that it ends up being 5%. Is the 1% in the following year based on what we actually budgeted, or is it based on what the actual collections were for new construction?
It's based on the total assessed valuation the previous year. And so it includes those new construction. The new construction gets added to the total AV. And so it becomes part of our, if we got 10 million one year, we'd have 1% more the next year. And that 10 million would include last year's new construction.
Right, okay. Thank you.
It is. Okay, so this slide is the total biennial budget for the city. So for the first time, the city's overall budget is over $1 billion. That's total operating and non-operating, includes capital, includes reserves, includes everything. I will note here that the true new expenditures there's a page in the budget that shows this, is actually closer to 560 million. A lot of this includes reserves that are carried forward, as well as everything that's in the 8% internal service funds there, as well as a lot of other pieces here, which are transfers between funds. So so for example, for IT, which has its own fund, every other department pays for IT. So by definition, that money is double budgeted. The same thing happens in the CIP. Money comes in as REIT, and then it gets transferred to the CIP fund, and because we have to budget by each fund, it gets double budgeted. So the true size of the city's budget is closer to 560 million. So the total budget change from last time. So the overall change there is 4.82%. We do have slides that walk through some of those categories, so I won't kind of highlight them here. I will just say that 4.82% last time. We actually budgeted a 5% decline in overall size of the city's budget. That was prior to Prop 1 and included a lot of spend down of capital reserves. I look back for some previous years, and in 1920, it was a 5% increase from 1718, and in 1718, it was in that region as well. So 5% is about what we've seen in terms of overall budget growth for most non-COVID-19 budgets. So looking at the major increases, the biggest increase in that previous table by far is in the general government other operating funds. So this is almost all because of the new Development Services Fund. I think of the 60 million or so increase, 53 million of it is because we now have a Development Services Fund. That was previously budgeted in the general fund. So it isn't growth, it's just a movement from the general fund to the Development Services Fund. In addition, there are some increases in the street fund. We have a number of slides on the street fund later on, but notable increases include an addition of more REIT maintenance funding for positions and for medium work, revenue from the vehicle license fee, which is the car tab, beginning in 2024. We also saw increases in our general fund reserves, in our reserves in general, but in our reserves in the general fund, which are the rainy day fund and the revenue stabilization. And as council knows, we've had some significant increases in solid waste and also some increases in water sewer due to the new rate models that went into effect for solid waste in 2022 and for water sewer starting in 2023. So in terms of decreases, the one that jumps out from the first table is a 2.8% decrease in the general fund. Again, not sound like a broken record, but this is because of the creation of Development Services Fund. So we're moving about $53 million out of the general fund. Without this move, if you kind of remove those costs from 21 as well, then you get about a 12.4% increase in the general fund. This is due to personnel, particularly our anticipated COLA reserve. So one of the things we'll talk about a bit later is we don't have any closed bargaining unit contracts for 23 or 24, but we're anticipating pretty high increases, so we keep that money in reserve. There's also increases in transfers out due to a planned debt issuance for fire stations in 2023, and then the reserve increases that I mentioned. We've seen temporary reduction in the size of the internal service funds. In 2022, we had an interfund loan from the fleet and the facilities funds, as well as Development Services, which totaled $6.7 million. That was for the purchase of the Houghton Village property. And then we have declining fund balances in the city's non-operating funds. So this is mostly because of projected expenditures in the capital projects. We were talking as a team earlier about this. And this is something you see every time because the way we budget the capital projects, we have unspent balances in the current year that we carry into 23-24, and then we budget as if they will all be spent in 23-24. And the way that the reality of the spending in the capital program is that they don't spend everything the year that it's first budgeted. So we budget that they will, and that doesn't happen. So, for example, we have lots of expenditures in fire station construction, most of which will happen, but also in the Safe Routes to School projects. A lot of those will happen going into 25 and 26. So this is just something we see each budget cycle. So moving away from the total funds to look a bit more at the general fund. So as the city manager mentioned at the beginning, this is the May 2022 forecast that we showed at the retreat. So there was a $14.8 million deficit in 2023-24. So there's a number of assumptions that are listed there. The ones that I kind of want to focus on a bit is we included at the time all one-time costs. We had another version of this that we showed in May, which showed closer to a $4 million deficit, and that only showed the ongoing. And so that was part of the challenge, was which of those one-time funds are we going to be able to sustain into 23-24? So some of those have gone, mostly in professional services, but some positions that have sunset and have ended, and we don't have any more. And then we also didn't assume any changes to revenue structures. So this May forecast didn't include an RGRL increase. It didn't include any revenues from the Transportation Benefit District, but it also didn't include what we now know as terms of the real increase in utility tax revenues. That's been a notable one. And back to the Conversation on property tax, at that point we were using the budget because we didn't have a good estimate of 2022 property taxes, and so we were still using the budget number. And so, so to get from there to where we can present the forecast that Michael showed a couple of slides ago, I divided this, and we divided this in the budget book into 3 stages of actions. So there are actions taken by council ahead of the budget process. The notable ones in particular are the Development Services Fee Study, which was adopted in April, and some new school zone cameras where any revenue above operating costs for those are invested in safety projects and programs. There's also actions that are proposed as part of this budget process. So the removal of some one-time costs, as I mentioned, increasing use of REAP for maintenance and operations, as well as transportation benefit district and the increase in the RGRL. And then the final one is changes to the external environment or changes to the forecast and the projections that we made in May. So utility rates are the most notable ones of these, and we have a table on the next slide that shows the change, but it's about $2 million more. There's also much higher interest rates now, or higher interest rates now than there were then. And we saw some other changes, parks recreation revenues. The Parks Recreation Department saw much higher kind of return to much more normal revenues in 2022 than they'd had in 2021. I believe there were also some new programs. A lot of this is offset by corresponding increase in their expenditures, but there are new parks revenues there. So this table hopefully relatively clearly walks you through how we got from May to October. So the top line shows you that $14.8 million deficit. The removal of development services, that's the revenues and expenditures there. And then the additional property tax, and I should just say on those are much lower than the $53 million. And we'll get into the Development Services Fund a bit later, but that's partly because the Development Services Fund contains some general fund funded activities like long-range planning and some of the other functions in planning and building, and partly because there's a lot of reserves in the Development Services Fund. We have built development reserves over the past decade, and we have about $16 million in development reserves. So once you remove development services, you get to about $13.4 million of deficit. So then we're looking at additional property tax revenues from what we projected, and that's part of that 7.2% that we discussed. Additional utility tax revenues, the parks recreation revenues. So the additional business tax, RGRL revenues to the general fund. The total for this is $1 million more than that, but a lot of that funding goes to the street fund in the proposed budget. So it's about $750,000 for the general fund. Use of one-time resources, the 23-24 budget has one-time expenditures in it, which are paid for with one-time resources in fund balance. School zone camera revenue, interest, investment interest, and then other. And so that gets you almost $14 million of additional revenue. And then on the expenditure changes, we're actually very close to where we were. About $6.8 million of one-time costs come out, but we've added one-time service packages and ongoing service packages. A note on the ongoing service packages. Some of these are positions. We also converted a lot of the one-time positions in the June 2022 adjustment, so those are already included in the base expenditures. Questions?
George, if I can ask a quick question. So just about the investment interest. So we have increase in interest rates are helping us from the standpoint of investment interest. For me, as a stupid question, and maybe for some of our residents who are listening, on the debt servicing side of things, where we don't have variable interest rates on our current debt that we're servicing.
No, our debt service is at a fixed rate. And we only have 3 debt issuances left that are general obligation, and they were all either issued or refunded when rates were very low.
Okay.
So less than 2%.
But any new debt that we might take on during this biennial budget would be affected by increased interest rates and all that.
Would have current rates, but again, Kirkland is a AAA rated city, and the debt that Kirkland sells is very desirable by investors.
Okay, great, thank you.
So with all of those changes included, this is the same October 2022 forecast that was shown in the slide earlier. So we have actual slight surplus in 23-24, a small deficit in 25-26, and that grows to about $8 million projected in 27-28. I will note that the fundamental shape of this forecast will always be like that, with an expanding deficit as you go out into the out years, just because of the nature of the property tax limitations. But this is obviously significantly closer than we had it in May.
Just, it's always important when you see that chart to say we also don't ever forecast recessions. We'll talk more about conservative budgeting later, but it does assume more or less steady state.
Okay, so we're going to move from the overview into some more detail on the revenues. So this pie chart has the same $1.02 billion in total. So again, with these amounts removed, the current external revenues are actually about 571 million. I wrote out the whole number there, but it's just about 572 million. So that's slightly higher than the expenditures, which is an overall growth in the fund balance. So looking at the general fund by revenue source, you can see that about 60% of the general fund revenues are from taxes, and that's the general retail sales, property tax, utility taxes, and a few others. We have business license fees listed separately there, although the RGRL is considered a tax. The remainder of the general fund is obviously resources forward, internal charges, which are for central services like finance, HR, as well as charges to capital projects for engineers and public works staff who work on them. And then we have other revenues, which is fines, forfeits, GEMT, parks, recreation, categories like that. On the resources forward, that's split between reserves and then kind of ending fund balance, which is unobligated, and we'll get into the 2022 ending fund balance towards the end and how that's allocated to different things. But a good portion of what's in resources forward is actually the reserve balances being carried forward. Okay, looking at the general fund revenue trends, we do have some slides after this again that explain it, so I won't go through it in huge detail in the table. We do have the property tax, 7.2% there. The two that I want to highlight here are the development fees, again, moving to their own fund, and the annexation sales tax credit. I think we've talked about this a number of times, but 21-22 was the final year that we received annexation sales tax credit, and so that is now behind us. We also, as an aside, 2022 was the final year of the payments on the voted debt that was from the before annexation city boundaries that wasn't inherited by the annexation area. And so I think in our finance memos, we can now, it's the final one that has a differentiation between annexation and pre-annexation. So,
Right. The property tax memo that is coming for the November 15th will show all the city of Kirkland at one property tax rate.
So property tax, again, 1.5% of new construction, 1% optional levy increase. We did just receive the preliminary property tax estimate from King County, and the new construction estimate was 1.54%, so it was right on what we had estimated, which is good news because we had increased this in the previous budget. It was 1% new construction and 1% optional levy increase. The bigger note on this slide is around sales tax. So we retain the 2-year sales tax, modified 2-year sales tax lag, which means that 2023 and 2024 sales tax is budgeted at the level which we project 2022 sales tax to be. So 0% growth in 23 and 24. A final note there that the public safety sales tax ballot measure, the police Prop 1, does not include automobile sales. So there's some differentiation in the sales tax rate that people pay. So utility taxes, these, as I noted before, is a big change from the May forecast. They're both, for both private and public utilities, they're driven by adopted rate changes or projected rate changes. So we have a 9.5% increase in electric and gas revenue for 2023, and then a much smaller projected increase in 2024. This number is lower than what PSE has requested from the Utilities Trade Commission. We don't have. It won't be till December 31st that decision comes down. So they asked for 11.9%, I think, for electric and 12.9% for gas. And there has been some opposition to that. And so we have budgeted 9.5% to be more conservative, partly in case the initial proposal is not approved, and also partly in case it drives behavior changes, because we know that some folks that's a lot of an increase. On the public side, water, sewer, solid waste, and surface water revenues are projected to increase 17.6% in 23 and 6.3% in 24. For our public utilities, we increase the utility tax in line with the rate increases. Not shown there, but we are still projecting declines in telephone and cable utility taxes.
Are North Shore Utility District and Woodinville Water still paying us franchise fees, or are they under the utility tax now?
They pay us franchise fees. It's based on a linear rate, which we increase by the CPI.
Is that still something that we're considering having a discussion about in the future, or are we just going to leave it?
Periodically we do revisit that. It's complicated and a lot of energy, and right now we have a really good working relationship. We're in the middle of a 5-year extension, so probably not in the foreseeable next 2 to 3 years. But this is the idea of assuming the water and sewer district at some point. But it's probably not necessary in the foreseeable future, but it's definitely something we keep an eye on.
Thank you.
Okay. And then on the business license fees, the RGRL. So the budget assumes the increase to $130 beginning in 2023 that was approved at the most recent council meeting. So the revenue budget also assumes a 2.5% growth over prior year revenues. This is actually lower than we showed in May, where I think we had a 4% growth. Growth slowed quite a lot over the summer in that. And I think that part of the high growth we were seeing before was just recovery from the impacts of COVID. It was making projecting very hard. 2.5% is lower than our long-term growth. And then there are also additional revenues because we have a position proposed as part of the budget in finance and administration, which will be focused on business licenses. And we have had some success in recovering prior year business license fees from businesses who haven't been paying. So moving on to the internal charges, there's a large increase here. Again, this is probably the theme of everything I'm saying. So this is partly related to the Development Services Fund. So previously they were in the general fund, and so they weren't directly paying for central services, which is finance, HR, city manager's office, and so on. There we have a cost model that allocates to the non-general fund departments those costs. And so that is now directly allocated to those development services departments. And so again, it's an increase in the general fund revenues. It's not necessarily an increase in the overall size of the city's revenues. There's also an element of this, though, which is an increase because we are with the regional community responder agency, we are the fiscal agent. And so they are paying for some of our finance, we're running the payroll. Some of those services are being run by Kirkland. And so there will be a charge to the new agency for those things, which will show up in internal charges here. And then all other revenues is declining, mostly because of a close to 75% drop in intergovernmental revenues, which is grants. And that's because of ARPA being a huge one-time funding source in 21-22. So again, just showing after we've been through the revenues where this leaves us, this is the same price of government chart as before. And so even with those changes, with those increases, we remain right around that same line. We've been pretty flat for through the last two budgets. You can see a slight increase at the end of 2020, which is the Fire Prop 1 voted ballot initiative. Okay. Any other revenue questions before I move on to expenditures? So because we did some look at the overall expenditures at the beginning, this is mostly going to be focused on the general fund. So general fund by program, 50% of the general fund is public safety. That's police, fire, and the municipal court. That's almost exactly the same as it was in 21-22. It's been around 50% for the last few budget cycles. Moving on to general fund by category. So 51% of the general fund is in personnel costs, and we'll talk about those a little bit more on the next slide. So salaries and then benefits. The next largest is reserves, and then you have a small portion for supplies. Other charges and services includes quite a lot of things, but it includes professional service contracts, which we have for various things, as well as some transfers out. So it includes some intergovernmental charges. So it would include the new regional entity in 2023-24, and it includes our charges to Arch and some of the other pieces there. So as I just said, a bit of a closer look at the expenditure trends in personnel. So the largest share of the general fund budget, as I mentioned, is personnel costs. So salary costs are up 7.5%. So the big caveat here is that for all bargaining units for 23 and 24, we budgeted people at 2022 salary levels. And you can actually see in that table below how much money is in the general fund COLA reserve. And in fact, IFF are budgeted at 2021 levels. So this is the way the city has always done this. If we don't have a closed bargaining contract, we budget people at the same level and we keep the funding in reserve. The reason there is a growth is partly because there was, for most units, a 6% increase between 21 and 22. So some of that increase is between 21 and 22. It's partly because we've added ongoing positions, and it's partly because what we do budget is increases in people's steps and longevity and things like that. And so as those things come through, we expect those things about 1% a year. So that's where those increases come in. We've had very moderate increases in our health, dental, and vision benefits. In fact, for the city's plan, there's an issue paper on this, but for the city's own health plans, we have 0% growth between 22 and 23. We have some increases in our non-city run plans. So we have employees on Kaiser, and then the firefighters run the IFF Left Trust plan. The Left Trust plan, I think, went up by 1.5%. Kaiser was a little more than that, but we actually had pretty good increases across the board for 23. We are assuming 4% increase in our own health plan for 24, and we have bigger increases in 24 for the other health plans, and I don't want to misspeak, so I'm not just going to rattle them off the top of my head, but they are in the issue paper and they're larger than the 23 increases. We've seen slight decreases in the state pension and MEBT contributions. MEBT is the same rate, 6.2%. The state pension rate actually went down in 2021. For our non-public safety employees, it went down from 12% to something like 10%. And they were projecting another decrease in 2024. I noticed yesterday that the state actuaries page has disappeared and now says it's being updated. So we'll see what happens with that. But they were originally projecting another decrease in 24. And then small decrease in the other. The other reason to note, and I'll just mention it as the other shows a small decline, is the 21-22 revised budget includes some one-time personnel who are going away, people we had already paid and maybe have left. So that's what some of that very small decline in other is. Moving on to reserves. So we have almost $3 million in reserve contributions from the general fund planned as part of the 23-24 budget. You can see the total there is close to 3.5 million. The general capital contingency budget increase is actually funded from funding that was already in the capital funds, and we had some other reserves, so it was slightly overfunded in 21-22. But the key is that the new reserve contributions from the general fund are the 603,000 to contingency, the 1.3 million to rainy day reserve, and then the close to $1 million in revenue stabilization. So the other note on that slide is that those three reserves, contingency, which is held in its own fund, but contingency, general operating reserve, and revenue stabilization total about 12.4% of the total 2024 general fund expenditures.
George, I have a question.
Yep.
So one of the things that Kirkland does really well is conservative budgeting, and that's kind of a mantra throughout the years, and the reserve policy is one of those. So it's really helpful to see this, and also in the budget document, the long list of other like capital reserves too, because this is just the general purpose reserves. And the 12.4% is something that kind of stuck out to me as kind of a threshold or a target, perhaps in terms of kind of planning for any kind of events, that unforeseen circumstances where we need to use these reserves. But the other thing that we plan for and that we use is in our budgeting is the 2-year sales tax leg, which isn't cash in the bank like these reserves are, but it is it's planning it's not utilizing the potential revenue that we'd be getting from the sales tax as it increases each year generally. If you added that and you factored that in, what would that percentage be, that 12.4%? If you look back over the years and you kind of see kind of what our increases are that we kind of leave on the table, right? Because we use the 2-year sales tax leg. I'd be interested in just understanding what that pushes us up to. Is that like, are we closer to 20%? In terms of not cash on hand, but at least kind of conservative budgeting that we're planning towards. Because I think that's it's really important to look at it in totality, because this is kind of an opportunity cost that we're also not taking advantage of potentially when we're growing and trying to provide more services and things like that we just need to be aware of, not just us, but future councils. So it'd be nice to understand that a little bit more, kind of looking at it together.
So we can definitely bring that answer to next Tuesday's study session, but just to make sure I am fully understand the question. So if we assume, say, that sales tax was increasing 6% in 23 and 24, but we're budgeting 0%, you're saying what would you, if you added that, the difference between those two numbers to the reserve policy, where does that get us as total?
Yeah, just as a ballpark, for example. I'm just looking for ballpark numbers on that.
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily looking for the detail here, show down to the dollar.
Yeah, I mean,
We could do that.
And looking back at the last couple biennium to see what the sales tax increase was. Or estimates. And
Yeah.
what- Added that to the reserves, what would that make?
I mean, what I'm trying to understand is we're building kind of conservative budgeting kind of on top. If you keep adding it up, you kind of see what that total is. This is just part of it. These reserves here, it doesn't give us the full picture of how conservative our budgeting really is.
I think that's correct. And at the end, where we get to the unprogrammed resources, there's another way. There's more of that there, and that is in some ways the other side of the 0% increase in sales taxes. You end up with one-time resources at the end that So, we can definitely add those things together and show the kind of total.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
So one thing I would just add to Councilmember Pascal's question and comment is, I think as everyone knows, what we do is bring you those numbers as they get realized for potential allocation. And in the past, we've used those a lot to fund one-time programs and projects. So the money's always eventually identified and captured and allocated by the council. But I think it would be interesting to know like how much it was each time, so you can see that, because you're right, it is an opportunity cost. But we do bring it back for the council to look at. That was actually how you funded the community safety initiative in 21-22. So.
Okay. Expenditure changes by department. So I don't want to run through all of these, but there are some key ones there. Forgive me again, the planning and building and public works decreases are largely because of costs that got moved to the development services fund. The other big one related to development services is the reserve. So you see a $7 million reduction there, which doesn't jive with the previous slide. That's because $16 million in development reserves was moved over to development services reserves. So there's actually an increase in our reserves. The other big one related to development services is the reserve. So you see a $7 million reduction there, which doesn't jive with the previous slide. That's because $16 million in development reserves was moved over to development services reserves. So there's actually an increase in our reserves. The increases, or the other decrease that I should point out is the city manager's office. This is because the original community responder program, as budgeted in 21-22, was in the city manager's office. This is now in non-departmental, which is part of the increase in non-departmental there. The other decrease is parks, where it's mostly because of one-time human services grants from ARPA funding in 21-22, which are going away. So that close to $2 million reduction is largely because of one-time costs. Not just in human services, there were other ARPA-funded activities in parks, which are not included in 23-24. In terms of increases, fire has some large service package for a training prop at the new Station 24, which is a transfer to capital, but it shows up there. Police has body-worn cameras, and we'll get to some of these later when we run through the budget by goal area. And then I think I mentioned the non-departmental being an increase in the community responder or the regional entity, and then also the increase in transfers out.
Questions on that? Just because I know that's a high level, I just want to make sure, see if anyone. We're good, okay.
Okay. Okay, so moving away from the kind of overviews into some of the priorities, this is related to what the city manager started the presentation with. So this slide shows the top 10 quad priority areas in rank order. This is from the 2022 biennial residence survey. So I have highlighted 3 there related to streets and traffic flow, which will become kind of relevant as we dig into this. But the top 10 list is similar to previous years, and there are 3, like I say, related to streets and to pedestrian safety. So another way of looking at this, and apologies that the dots on the chart are relatively small. The top 5 areas are fire, street maintenance, traffic flow, city parks, and then recycling and garbage collection. On the chart over there, the top left quadrant is the imperatives, they're called. Those are the areas in which the residents consider them of high importance, but below average on or lower performance. It's worth noting, I think as we often do when we present this, that Kirkland generally receives very high scores, both for performance across these. So it's not, that scale is not from 0 to 5. It's from 3.5 to 5 or something. But so it's not, those aren't performing at a terrible level, but it's areas that residents have identified as important, but of not performing as well. And the 3 there are street maintenance, traffic flow management, and planning and response to growth, which were the 3 areas that the city manager highlighted in his introduction.
And I just want to make a comment. Whenever I look at this chart, I'm confounded by the affordable housing placement. And I think it's because we either are not having the same conversation about it, either in the survey or somewhere, but it's like part of every conversation that I have with folks, so it confounds me. Councilmember Nixon.
Yeah, and I think this is just a long-standing problem with the way we do this survey, is we ask people how we're doing on planning, for example, and they're commenting on they don't like growth, right? Or their favorite store was closed down to build apartments, right? It's that kind of thing they're reacting to, rather than the effectiveness of the planning department at doing their job, right? And I've said before, although I'm not sure all of the council members were here when I said it, so I'll say it again. I feel pretty strongly that the performance for all of these things should be all the way over on the right side of the chart, right? People should feel, our goal should be that everybody feels like we're doing a great job at everything the city does. And this notion that somehow the importance should match the performance so that it's on the diagonal line, I think is not correct, right? We shouldn't necessarily strive to have things be on the diagonal so that the performance matches the importance. The performance should be a vertical bar on the right-hand side. Just my opinion.
Thank you. Go ahead, George.
So in this slide, I've identified again the top 5 and then the column in that table called Sustainable Funding Solutions. So the fire and EMS, we obviously had a ballot measure in 2020. For parks, there's an exploratory committee for a 2023 parks ballot measure. And as we talked about a bit earlier, it's not completely analogous, but there have been increases in recycling and garbage collection rates, and not just the rates, but the new contract also included kind of things that the city and residents consider important in that service. In street maintenance and traffic flow management, we obviously have provided a lot of funding. We do prioritize those areas, but it was the area that we felt needed to be prioritized in this part of the process, in this budget. So that's what this chart is, this table is designed to show. So looking at the street fund, as we talked about, I feel like I've mentioned this a few times in my presentations to council in the last 2 years. The street fund has been it's been difficult in terms of revenue, but also expenditures. So the street fund has a lot of funding from the gas tax, which was obviously badly hit by COVID. We suspended parking fees for all of 2020 and a portion of 2021. Gas tax revenues haven't really recovered, and I think we've mentioned this before. There are a tax on the number of gallons purchased rather than price. So the higher gas prices don't translate into higher gas tax revenues. And so in the mid-biennial review, council took some actions, increasing a one-time increase of RGRL, some ARPA funding, and then making a transfer from the 2020 RGRL to help the street fund balance in 21 and 22. And those solutions did help on a one-time basis, and the street fund has continued full operations through this year. But it still needed some support for 23 and 24. And the reason for that is on the expenditure side. So this is a table which is hopefully legible, which I received from Public Works maintenance staff, who I'm very thankful for turning this around very quickly. So you can see on the left a description of some of the key materials and supplies that they use and that they purchase. And then it has the second column is the cost in 2022, the third column is 2020, then you have the difference and the percentage difference and what they are used for. So obviously the bottom two, we know gas and diesel have increased in price a lot in the last 2 years, but delivered concrete up near the top is also at a 77% increase in that same time period. And then also a lot of the other kind of what I would consider core kind of materials and supplies that they use in the street fund. So asphalt and rock and salt and sand mixes and those things which are kind of essential to operations have all seen increases in the region of 25% over 2 years. And so that is increases in the fund that aren't even related to labor or any of our own costs. Those are just external supply costs. So as a sustainable solution in the 2023-24 budget, we took 3 actions. The first is increasing the RGRL contribution to the street fund. So for a number of years now, I think at least 10, we have transferred $270,000 a year of the business tax to the street fund to support operations. We're proposing increasing that to $770,000 per year in recognition of the rising costs of the existing services and also some additional costs for new equipment and materials. The second, which has been discussed by council a number of times, is the introduction of the a $20 car tab or vehicle license fee beginning on January 1, 2024. So this is primarily used to fund, to accelerate the Safer Routes to School implementation through a debt issuance and then bond payment, but is also used to create the median and tree maintenance team, which was discussed by Glenn Ackmeroff at a recent council meeting. And then the third thing is using REIT flexibility, and not just REIT flexibility, but also street zone cameras. So using restricted revenues, which are eligible for use in this fund to fund both new services, but also existing services. So we have REIT flexibility for maintenance, which can be used for things like filling potholes and that kind of maintenance that extends the life of an asset. And so a lot of that work is done in the street fund, and so this budget proposes increasing the REIT transfer.
Just a couple observations or comments on, since we're talking about streets and transportation. One thing at our last CIP update, Public Works staff had provided a summary on pavement management and how it appeared that we were falling behind because of increased costs. I'd be curious to understand how these changes here would impact that trajectory in terms of our pavement management. So it'd be nice to understand that and whether or not this gets us back on track. So that'd be the first question. And then that's a question. My comment or observation is around the traffic flow. If you go back to that quad slide, I was curious. I was kind of digging into our previous budget and comparing the numbers to the previous quad from 2 years ago. And planning and growth, it was at 5.3 million. It's 6.5. That's a pretty, big jump. I think it's over 15%. Street maintenance was 21 million. It's 26.3. That's about a 20%. Traffic flow management was 1.2 million, going to 1.3. It's about 8%. It's basically keeping up with inflation, right? It's not necessarily adding to. So I'd just be mindful of how we talk about that. I don't think we're really adding. I think we're just keeping up on that one. So I think what we're doing, what it looks like, is we're more kind of focusing on the maintenance piece of streets and not necessarily the traffic flow. So it's just a messaging of how we talk about that a little bit, is what I would.
I think that's a great point. The challenge always of this chart is that how do you talk about capital investments, right, which are not really captured on this. And so one of the things that we do point to is that we're putting a lot of money into sidewalks and bike lanes and things that are not as reflected on this because they're on the capital side. So you're absolutely correct about the operating piece, but we have tried to make some gains in creating alternatives to driving the single occupancy vehicle. But I think it's a good point.
Yeah.
I also have another observation. When we talk about streets, we're really talking about mobility and not just cars. And in this fund, we're talking about sidewalks. When we repair our streets, we're improving our bike lanes. And I think it's a little confusing to the public when they see street maintenance, and it's a broader category than that. And I think that we should redefine what that street fund is.
Thank you.
Okay, so this next table is moving beyond just the street fund and looking at the increase in the RGRL, which, as I said, is proposed in this budget and was adopted. The increase was adopted by council at the last meeting. So you can see at the top we have the base revenue, which is what existed in 2021 and 22. If you remember from the Echo Northwest revenue report in July, the increase was from 105 to 130, but with a raising of the threshold, so from $12,000 under which somebody didn't have to pay up to $20,000. And so a staff estimate of the impact of that is about $220,000 across the biennium. So that gives you those second and third columns could perhaps be in the other order, because you get about $2 million extra in RGRL, offset by about $220,000 in raising the threshold, which gives you the column, the row there, which says change. So the 1757036 for the biennium. We are proposing, the budget proposes that the street fund receives $500,000 a year, so $1 million for the biennium, and the remainder would go to the general fund, where it could be split partially to fund the community building events service package in the Parks Department, and the remainder for general fund operations. Okay, and then the final area that I want to highlight here is the use of restricted revenues. Again, this is a small table because it has a lot in it, but it speaks to what the city manager talked about at the beginning, using something we'd noticed and something that's been true over the last couple of budget cycles is as we've had voter approved levies in both public safety departments, as the state has expanded REIT maintenance, and as we have some other revenue sources now, we've had a growth in restricted revenues. And we made an effort in this budget not to both fund service packages, but also to fund operations using these restricted revenues, which would then free up general fund resources for other general fund purposes. So you can see the table there. Fire and police Prop 1 has a total of $612,000 at the top. Funds a number of service packages, including the street outreach coordinator, which is partially funded from Police Prop 1. The remainder of that service package is funded from the opioid settlement funding, which the city will start receiving for the next, I believe, 17 years. And then public safety recruitment and some other fire service packages related to fire suppression. We've talked about the REIT maintenance. So there's both using the median enhancement project that came from the Glenn Akmeroff recommendations, as well as new positions in street maintenance and utility streets. School zone revenue, school zone cameras there, $500,000 of those to fund the position in the street fund, as well as some one-time costs in public works. And then finally, ground emergency medical transportation, which is GEMT revenue in fire. And that is going to be used to fund primarily training capacity at Station 24, which will be a capital project, as well as some other, a couple of positions related to training and some preparation work for the training at Station 24. So we have close to $6 million in funded activities that are funded with restricted revenues, which has allowed us to use general fund resources in other areas.
Just wanted to highlight one thing about the training, and obviously we have the fire chief available too, and we can talk about this later under the public safety goal. But clearly, with all the hiring that we're doing, we have a much newer fire department. So the training has become a premium as we're bringing folks on, as well as we're also growing, and the city is getting more complex. So when we're going through the service package discussion, we really felt that making a significant investment in training is important, and having a dedicated position, because right now what we do is we kind of rotate that position. So if someone goes into training, they're actually coming kind of off the line. And so this will also, we think, have the benefit of, many of the multiple things we're trying to do to reduce overtime. But really it's about making sure that our new folks are really well trained and our whole department is really well trained.
Isn't that a position that we didn't include in Prop 1? That was the next one.
Yeah, that's a great reminder. We had some training props and training positions in the Prop 1 discussion, and the community basically said, that's your job. Mm-hmm. That's not the voter's job. So yes, it's kind of a way to come back and say, okay, we heard you, and this is how we're going to make those investments.
It was the next level recommendation, though.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick question about that? So when we increase training capacity, training prop at Station 24, is that a regional resource as well? And do we get full cost recovery from our partner city departments?
So it becomes a regional resource, and I'll let the chief talk a little bit about that, because you sort of get credit, but it's also shared credit. So Chief, before I get over my skis, I'll let you talk about that.
Yes, it will be a regional resource with the partners that are in our training consortium, but it would be open to others as well. We don't get full cost recovery from it, but we do get a substantial credit towards our training fees in the consortium.
And one of the big advantages is that it's right next to us, right? So our folks who, when they do go train, you have to have the travel time. So if you're going to Bellevue or going to Kent or somewhere to get trained, you have that travel time. And obviously for here, it's right in the city of Kirkland. So it's also a net benefit in that way.
Looks good.
Okay, the final slide before we move into issue papers. So we always include a slide on our approach to service packages. And this was the following guidelines that were given to departments. So new programs and positions funded with new revenue, offsetting reductions, or as the last slide showed, via a specific funding source. The other new, and the reason I skipped it, I'll go back now and do it, the other new kind of direction which wasn't included was that we really focused on converting existing one-time programs and positions. So following the May discussion and following the discussions in June with council, I think we had said at that time the first round of position conversions was part of the June adjustments, and then departments would look at their own operations and decide what was most significant, what needed to continue. And so departments were able to bring forward service package requests which converted one-time things to ongoing for consideration by the city manager. And then the final thing is we, and I say we in particular, Erica, the city's DEIB manager, developed a tool to help departments incorporate DEIB components into each of the service packages. And so what we haven't done and will do in the future is for the service package forms to actually have a piece on it where departments describe this. But what we did was we created a matrix that of kind of pointer questions for departments. These are things to consider when you've done this. So for example, if you are adding a position, are you adding resources for recruitment and resources for training to kind of allow you to recruit in a more diverse way? If you are launching a new program, or if you are if you're doing something kind of expanding a program, have you worked with the city manager's office on what outreach would look like and how you would perform that outreach? And so it was our, I would say, step one on our process of integrating the roadmap, the DEIB roadmap, with the budget process. And we were able to work really closely with Erica, and that worked out really well. And then departments were able to use that tool as they develop their new requests. Okay, so we're going to move into the...
George, this is the first break topic. We forgot to put this break here. So I know you've been sitting for a while, so this is the 5-10 minute break period before we get into the issue papers. But
Great. Okay.
Great. One quick question on revenue. I feel like we're about to move from
Yes, we are.
a heavily revenue-oriented discussion to a heavily expenditure-oriented discussion. So can I ask one more question about revenue? It's my favorite side anyway. We talked about, this is going back a little ways in your discussion, George, and I apologize, but we talked about utility tax revenue as being one of the changes that has helped us fill the gap that we forecasted back in May.
That is true.
Can you just remind me with the last time, and I know we probably had this discussion in connection with the discussion of approving increases to utility taxes, and I probably could have asked that question then, but I'm going to ask it now. It might help some of our listeners who are residents who are wondering about this. What's the last calendar year that the city of Kirkland raised utility taxes? I just can't remember. Was it held flat in 2021 and 22?
yeah, so the utility tax is actually a percentage of the utilities. So we actually we haven't raised the percentage or lowered the percentage in a long, long time. When we kept
Utility rate.
It's, well, yeah, because we were,
rates down, the amount of money we got was also flat. So when we kept the growth to zero, then the utility rate growth was zero, except for the private entities like PSC. So,
yeah, okay. I was just curious about, because we show a 13.2% increase in utility taxes, public and private. And I was wondering if there was a way to think about that on a straight line basis back to the period when we last increased utility rates.
Yes.
And if that's even a useful question and way of thinking about it.
I think it is. I think what I will say is the big change from May is that we didn't know the utility rate increases, and so we had kept them flat. We were also making an assumption that we had seen growth, so we knew that a lot of people fall into utility arrears during COVID. There's also been the moratorium on shutoffs and late fees. And so we knew that some of what we were seeing with the launch of the city's program to help with that and with the recovery from COVID was people kind of catching up on their bills. And that was some of the growth in utility tax rates because they're just, they're kind of twin to utility rates. We assumed that would go away. And so we actually had some declining estimates for utility tax revenues. We've then seen, we have our rate increases next year, but we also haven't seen that in the same way. It seems to have been a sustained. A lot of people, I say a lot, some people have paid off their arrears and kept up with their bills. And so that's been a change. I don't know. We could try and go back and say, look at utility rates and then look at utility taxes, and I guess kind of check that they do rise and fall in unison, which you would expect to happen. In the private utilities in gas and electric, there are other variables like seasonality in particular. So if we have a warm winter, people don't use as much gas.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen, obviously, in surface water. It happens a small amount in water if we have a wet summer, but we don't. But so
This is more this is more complex. I need to spend more time with thinking about this question anyway. It's more complex than, so I appreciate you trying to help me understand it. Maybe we can have an offline discussion. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Question two. Thank you. So on page 51 of the budget book, we talk about the motor vehicle fuel tax or the gas tax. And I understand that the gas tax is a fixed amount per gallon of gas. However, it looks like we're assuming that gas consumption will remain the same. Is there a reason that we wouldn't assume that it might decrease as more folks are transitioning to electric vehicles? Like, wouldn't that be more conservative and also, if not hopeful, that more folks would move away from fossil fuel vehicles?
I can double check on that. We get a lot of our estimates for gas tax and some of these. It's actually a state shared revenue. And so we get a lot of our estimates from MRSC's budget suggestions. So I can double check that we followed that this time. I would say that we would definitely hope to see people switching away from, into electric vehicles away to gas. We might see a long-term, that's part of what we have identified in the street fund, is that we won't likely get gas tax revenues back to where they were pre-COVID, and that could be a good thing. But they are recovering, so we may see this kind of equalization over the next couple of years where people are driving more again, they're going to work more again, offset maybe by electric vehicles. But I can double check whether we just followed the straight MRSC suggestion on that, and that's where it came from, or whether we made our own assumption.
That would be great. Thank you.
So you thought you were leaving on a break. So going back to the DEIB tool for a second. So it helped departments incorporate components into the service packages, but it's not, none of that is reflected in the service package paperwork?
Not necessarily, no. If department chose to write it in the description, it would be, but we didn't develop in time a good way
to reflect that, but maybe that's something we can do moving
Absolutely,
forward.
it's high on our list.
Thank you.
Baby steps. Okay, so I think we're ready for a break. 4:45? Sounds good.
Thank you all.
Oy.
Thank you. We are live, Mayor.
Thank you. We are-
Recording in progress.
Thank you. We are back, and we are going back to the George Show.
All right. Thank you. Okay, so we actually get a break from listening to me now because we have some issue papers coming up. So we have identified 3 issue papers which we think are kind of warrant. We have a series of slides on the Human Services issue paper, Development Services Fund, and the Smart Parking implementation. And we then have, at the end, obviously, time for council questions on any of the other issue papers that were included as part of the budget. So I'm going to hand over now to Human Services Manager Jen Boone to go through the next few slides on the human services.
Welcome, Jen.
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. Thank you, George. I'm just going to take a few minutes to call out some specific trends that you'll see reflected in the Human Services issue paper today, as well as provide a quick update on the grant recommendations and what is currently included in the city manager's proposed budget. So here in this table, this is reflected in the first table in the issue paper. What I want to bring your attention to is most notably the general increase in human services investment over the last few biennium. Most notably, if you look at the last 3 cycles beginning in 2019, the base budget actually has not changed. So that base budget has stayed at about $969,000 per year. But through activation of several additional funding sources, $1,406, MFTE, Prop 1, and additional one-time funding that has been allocated, the city's been able to continue to position itself to continue to respond to the increased need that we see in the community. In particular, I think given this cycle coming out of the 21-22 cycle and many of the folks in the community and the service providers being really stretched with resources and capacity, being able to respond to kind of the wake and the continued strain that we're seeing with the pandemic, recognizing that recovery is slow, especially for a lot of the folks that are receiving and seeking these services. So next up, we have just a quick comparison of different cities here on the east side, looking at a per capita analysis of human services grant funding. What I want to just briefly touch on are what some of the other cities are doing with some of their one-time COVID dollars, specifically Bellevue and Redmond. If you look at a comparison from previous bienniums, you'll see that Bellevue and Redmond have pretty significant spikes in their per capita dollars. And this is because they actually have chosen to allocate a lot of their ARPA dollars to human services funding for 23 and 24. In comparison, Kirkland has taken a different approach. They've earmarked dollars to support human services over the last year and a half, specifically with ARPA, which has allowed us to really respond to emerging needs in the community through rent assistance, through support of the health fairs the last 2 years, digital equity infrastructure, and other community building activities. And the reason why I think this is important to note is that one-time investment is not reflected in the dollar that you see for Kirkland because we don't see that as part of the 23-24. So with Bellevue and Redmond, kind of a little slower on the uptake and allocating their dollars has allowed them to kind of meet the needs in this way. And that's been an identified priority for those 2 cities. But just wanted to call that out if you're curious kind of what's making up some of those differences from the previous biennium. Here on the next slide, we just wanted to touch base on kind of some of the different areas that Kirkland residents also support human services initiatives at the county level through a regional perspective. So here you'll see that a lot of the different you'll see that by way of investing in these different regional initiatives through taxes at the county level, that a lot of residents are supporting similar programs and partners that receive funding through these different initiatives. So in a way, it's leveraging the dollars that we're able to provide to different programs and partners here on the east side. And it's in alignment with many of the priority populations and city priorities that we have here at the city. So most notably, some of our priority populations are veterans, seniors, families with children, and communities of color. And then you'll also see general alignment with many of our city priorities around housing and homelessness and behavioral health services. And I'll say at the regional level, the East Side funders, including Kirkland, continue to sit with the county and advocate for the needs on the East Side, recognizing that residents are investing in regional responses to supporting these different solutions and different programs at the county level, but the importance of continuing to see these dollars here on the East Side, even though the need may look different compared to other regions in the county. And then this table is included in attachment A of the issue paper, and it's not necessarily specific to the Human Services Division, but really paints a much more comprehensive view of how the city supports human services at a much more comprehensive level across departments, divisions, and teams, whether it's working collaboratively or alongside one another in parallel approaches, how we're being able to continue to position different services and programs to support those most in need in our community.
Just a note from me on this table, the number in 2023-24 is different to the number in the issue paper because in preparing for this presentation, we identified under the housing initiative row, the 800,000 for the former La Quinta site as not being in this table when it should have been. And likewise in the row above that, the region arch contributions, the city manager's 500,000 additional, which is in the capital program, which didn't make it into this table in the budget. That will be fixed for the final budget, and this table is more accurate.
And then I would note, because there's a lot of numbers in this column, that one of the reasons there's an overall small drop is because of the change in ARPA dollars. So we had a significant amount of ARPA in 21-22, and that's not reflected in the 23-24.
Mm-hmm. All right. And then for my last slide, I just have a quick update following our presentation at the September 20th meeting where we presented the Human Services Commission's final funding recommendations. Again, it was 3 options and we presented the general framework to receive direction to help the city manager develop the proposed budget. And so just wanted to share a few updates since that meeting and what you'll see as part of the current proposed budget. So recognizing the need to meet the overall increased demand this cycle, it is being proposed to activate 2 additional funding streams for 23-24 to address the one-time funding requests for both option B and option C. The first one is the House Bill 1406 dollars. Those were originally earmarked to be supporting affordable housing activities beginning in 23 and 24, but recognizing the continued demand and overall need for rent assistance and ensuring housing stability, the $253,000 that's estimated per year is currently being included as part of the base budget. So you'll note an increase in the base budget there in the green row. The second area of funding that is being proposed to be activated is about $350,000 per year in ARPA funds. There's currently dollars that are earmarked for human services that we anticipate will not be spent by the end of 2022. And so about $700,000 is currently being proposed to offset the one-time funding request as part of option B. So allocating these additional dollars has allowed us to do a couple things: increase the base budget, as you can see, and allow us to shift programs from option B to option A and option C to option B. So as you'll see at the bottom, when we came to you at the end of September, the total budgeted when presented was about $1.7 million, with just under $800,000 in additional one-time funding that was being requested as part of the Commission's recommendations. Under the current proposed budget, you'll see $2.3 million is being proposed, with about $275,000 that remains unallocated in B and C. So I know it says it there on the slide, but again, these totals are per year. It's not per biennium. So I will pause and see if there's any questions.
Thank you, Jen. Can you tell us, since we weren't able to fund every recommendation that came through the Human Services Commission, what next steps would be and what will not be funded?
Yes. So we actually rescheduled the Human Services Commission meeting that was scheduled for this evening to next Tuesday. So following this meeting, we're able to take what's proposed in the budget and take it back to the commission, and they will then rank the programs listed in option B as to what they would like to see funded.
Great.
Thank you.
I would also say towards the end of the presentation tonight, there'll be a section on sort of unallocated funds that the council can debate as to how you'd like to use those. So that could be something you want to look at with respect to the human services grants. still
Jen, do you still
All
have the
right.
slides?
If there are no other questions, I will pass it back to George.
We have a question. We have a question. Sorry, Jen.
Thank you. I wasn't sure if that was the end of your presentation. I do have some comments and questions. So thank you so much, Jen. Really well done. I really appreciate reading the Human Services Commission framework. I know we've seen that before, but that's outlined on page 28 of the issue papers, part of the packet. You know, it aligns with our city values. So thank you, Jen and team and Human Services Commission for that. It's no surprise, you know, that I fully support funding as much of this as we can find funds for, and I know we're going to have more conversation on that later. We know that there's such a great need for human services in our community that's just been growing. You mentioned rental assistance being one of those really strong needs. You know, some of us were just hearing that from some of our human services partners at a tour at one of our properties, affordable housing properties here in Kirkland today. So we know that need is very strong and continues, and that is a challenge as it seems like so much of the world is moving on from the pandemic. There still are lingering effects with a lot of folks in our community. So thank you for highlighting that. I was really happy to see, and I fully support the street outreach worker position to help our unhoused neighbors. So thank you for including that. I did have a couple of questions. One, the table on page 31 of the issue paper, I think, is also another table, that the same table as in our budget packet earlier, which it shows the per capita spending of all the human services spending, not just human services grant funding. Can we see those numbers? Can we, I don't expect you to have them right now, but at a later point, where we pull out the one-time ARPA funding as well, just for comparisons purposes, because I think that kind of inflates, like going up and then back down, and I'd really like to see, just for year-to-year comparison without the one-time federal funding. That would be really helpful. And then I just have kind of a higher level question that I don't expect anybody to have an answer for at this moment, but I wanted to mention it as we talk about on page 27 of this paper, at the very top, about the demand for behavioral health services has skyrocketed and providers are unable to meet the need. Many workers in the behavioral health industry are leaving the sector because of burnout and pay inequity. And I've just been thinking about this a lot lately, and about how we pay in specifically our community responder positions as well. And, you know, they are highly trained, you know, 6 years plus of education, which is a lot more than some of our other first responders have, a lot more rigorous training. And they are also putting themselves out there being first responders in dangerous situations. And I know this is a societal issue, but I just encourage us and challenge us to think about this as we set budgets in the future, perhaps not for this budget, but just really to think about how we pay the mental health workers at our city employees. And I know this is really in the context of grants that we're providing for other organizations that employ mental health professionals, but just something for us to think about is the level of training and expertise and professionalism, and what role we want to play in leading the conversation around pay inequity and around the value that we really place on that labor. Thank you.
Thank you.
So just, sorry,
you're gonna
just real quick on that note, one of the reasons that we and the other regional partners wanted to bring those positions in-house is because the city could pay better and have full-time jobs and full-time benefits. So I just want to, we acknowledge that. We currently have the position posted on our website because we're always looking for more. And so our current, and we'll always look at this, but our current range is 87,000 to 102. And while we can always do better, we really did try to set it at a place where we would be really attractive to people in the market and pay a livable wage and make it something that people could make a decision on. So
Thank you, City Manager.
Definitely
I
noted.
appreciate that. And I know we do value that, and it's not a criticism of our city. It's more a societal criticism of the value that we place on that labor. But yes, among the market, I agree. I really appreciate our thoughtfulness on that and our valuing that. Thank you.
But I'm just going to add that I think that the fight goes way beyond our doors. It does. So we need to set the standard, and we need to work with our partners around what they can do to increase those wages.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also was so pleased to see this outreach coordinator in the budget. And I wasn't expecting it. So that was a nice, pleasant surprise. Strongly support it. City Manager, I know I should know the answer to this, but can you walk me through the SRO money? The funding that's not in the 23-24 budget is the two SROs that we are no longer.
yes, and so George may have to do this because we had the same conversation, but I'll give the high-level overview and then he can talk about the money. So
we can bring back a table that shows the bouncing ball, but the SROs, the decline there from the 755 to the 587 is actually that one of them was reclassified as a PROACT unit officer and disappears from this table altogether. The change to shift one to an NRO is actually already reflected in the 21-22 budget number, which, like I say, we can bring back a table that shows that progression. The reason that there's a small decline in the 21-22 to 23-24 in NROs is partly, as I say, because the move of the SRO is already included, but it's also, as I understand it, because they're in 23-24, it's paying for 1.63 of an SRO, like one and 2/3 of a position, and this is the Prop 1 funding. The other funding is general fund. And in 21-22, there was $180,000 of funding for something else, which has now escaped my mind as I'm talking, but is somewhere else in this table. So we can bring back something that shows you the bouncing balls, but that at a high level is how it works.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that. Thank you.
other human services questions? And we'll have another section of the thing later this afternoon on human services investments as well. But.
All right.
Thanks, Jen.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jen. Okay, to switch gears now to the Development Services Fund issue paper. So I'm going to walk through the slides on this. So to start with, I think it's kind of key to remind council and remind everybody the activities that we consider development services. So building, planning, development engineering, which is part of public works, and then fire prevention, which is part of the fire department. And so at the April 2019 council meeting, staff brought proposed fee increases that would move us towards full cost recovery. And those were approved. And so they moved the fees for most development services from up to full cost recovery. There were some exceptions, most notably in planning, where there were good policy reasons not to move the fees to full cost recovery. And I should say as background that prior to the 21-22 budget being adopted, there was an issue paper that identified development fees as an option to potentially free up general fund revenue. So after council approval in April, staff recommended creating a new fund that would help us track the expenditures in particular, but also the revenues and the reserves for development services. So since that point, staff in both the planning and building, public works and finance departments work together to work out the best structure for the fund. So what you see there in bold is kind of high level what was moved into the development services fund and what was left out. So the main thing is the planning and building department, 100% of that department's expenditures and revenues were moved into development services fund. For public works, development engineering, development environmental services, which is a division previously in public works general fund, all of that division's expenditures and revenues were moved into the development services fund. For the fire department, all of the revenues were moved into the development services fund, but the expenditures were not. And so I'll just touch on the why for some of those. I think For fire, the reason that the expenditures were not moved is mostly because the firefighters most of the staff in the Fire Prevention Bureau are firefighters and are eligible to work on the line and to work operations overtime shifts. And there is some permeability between the work of the Fire Prevention Bureau and the work that happens in the fire stations, and that work all happens in the general fund. And so those expenditures were left in the general fund for that reason. There is a transfer from the Development Services Fund to the general fund to help offset the fact that the revenues appear in a different fund now to where the expenditures are. On the planning and building side, we moved all of the department's expenditures and revenues into the Development Services Fund. Now, a lot of the expenditures in this in the department are not development related, notably long-range planning. So comp plan and station area planning and all of that work is general fund work. Those people now work in the Development Services Fund. This again is for ease, kind of administrative ease. In terms of how we manage staffing. So staffing in the planning and building, staff in the planning and building department work across divisions. So current planners will work on long-range planning efforts, particularly when there's a big effort underway. For example, with the comp plan update right now, a lot of the current planners will work on that. And we do, in some instances, have staff who work across different funds, but it does create more issues. And so we decided from an administrative standpoint, it was easier to move the whole department into the fund, and then we have a transfer from the general fund that pays for those general fund activities. And when I say we have all these transfers, we did calculate them and have them offsetting, so we don't have a dozen transfers going both ways. We sort of net the whole thing together and have one transfer from the general fund. For Public Works, it was simpler. They have a division that works in this area, and that division is essentially 100% now funded by their revenues, and so we moved all of their revenues and expenditures into the new fund.
George, so for planning, do you use a formula then?
Yes, we do. So the planning department is organized into different divisions, and those are relatively easy to identify what's development work and what's not. So long-range planning is a division in the Development Services Fund. And so if a planner is working in a different, they code their time to different places when they actually do the work.
They actually code their time, okay.
So some positions are allocated, I think like the director, but the planners and others do code their time to different places. So.
How annoying.
Okay, and so this is showing really the impact of the fee changes that we put into place as part of the development fee study. So there's an overall, between the two budgets, close to 50% revenue increase across the four departments. Again, some of this is because of the biennial change, so we're talking 21, and then there was 6 or 7% increases into 22 because we had a CPI increase. So some of it is that. There is some portion of it which is growth related, but most of the increases in fees there are related to the increase in the actual permit costs that we now have in place starting in January 1, 2023. And I believe at the end of the issue paper there is an actual list of all the fees and what they are. And the next slide is to show the total cost of the Development Services Fund. So if I can just go back very quickly, you can see the $30.7 million of revenue there, and then a total fund of $53 million. The difference between those two is partly the reserves, the $16 million of reserves, but also that general fund transfer that pays for current planning and other things. That's not included in the previous slide. This is the total cost of everything in development services. From the standpoint of the finance staff, and I think from the development staff as well, this is kind of the key benefit of having the Development Services Fund. It's very easy to show both the total costs of development activity and a planning and building activity, but also we can easily identify this is the general fund subsidy for those activities. When we brought you the fee model in 2022, it was a lot of work to kind of estimate that general fund subsidy. And when costs are in the general fund, it was harder for us to capture. It was easier on the revenue side, but on the expenditure side, it was harder for us to capture. Okay, planning spent 90% of their budget, not 100%. So some of those savings should be development related, and calculating what those reserves would be was a really complicated budget exercise. It's now much easier because they're in their own fund, and so they just savings fall to the bottom line of that fund.
George, could you just give a very high level of what's in the reserve? Because we actually set it aside for pretty specific purposes.
Yeah, so there are very specific purposes. So there are essentially three kind of buckets that this is for. The first is technology, and so there is a charge on the My Building permit fees, and then that goes into the technology reserve. That is to replace our permit software when that is due for replacement. We believe that reserve is pretty much fully funded now. The second is what we call, or what development services call, the liability reserve, which is for work that is paid for in 1 year and completed in the next. So this particularly applies to building where inspections are done at completion of construction. And so what happens is people come in and they pay their permits, especially for a large project. It's a large amount of permit, but the inspections in particular aren't finished until the building is complete. And so we carry forward a liability reserve. And that's to recognize that if there was a sudden change in the market, we would still have to complete that work for work that was previously done. And the third piece is what we call staffing stability. And so that's the piece that has built up over the years. And that is designed to, as the name suggests, to kind of allow us to be more stable in our staffing levels. So in its purest form, when the market changes and permits go away, development services would get smaller, staff would be either laid off or they would leave because there wouldn't be the work for them. What Kirkland and many other cities, we talked extensively to the city of Bellevue in developing this, discovered in the Great Recession and have discovered since then as well, is that there's huge value in having people on staff who know the code and know the city's code and experienced at doing this job. And so the idea of having a staffing stability reserve is that you can be a little more flexible and a little more resilient to kind of sudden short-term changes in the market. It's not that we would always have the same size fund if there were fundamental changes in development activity in Kirkland, but if there was some kind of sharp change in the market that affected how much permits we got in 23, for example, we would be able to we'll be able to use reserves to keep people on staff for some period of time and develop a plan for what that would look like in the future. So that's the three buckets. It's for staffing stability, for liability, which is prior year work, and then for technology. I'll stop here. Some final slide on development services. So are there any other questions on the development services fund?
I see none.
Okay. And so with that, I'm going to hand over to John Starbird, Public Works Deputy Director, to go through the smart parking implementation plan.
Thank you. Mayor Sweet, Deputy Mayor Arnold, City Councilors, and Mr. Triplett. I have 3 slides about this topic. In March of 2020, staff came to the council and asked it to enact a law concerning criminal trespass in the municipal garage, which the council did. But at that same time, we presented information and some preliminary estimates, revenue estimates, about implementing a broader pay for parking program in the downtown area and in the garage. At that time, March 2020, if you remember, it was a very uncertain time in the world and in Kirkland and in the economy. And the direction by the council at that time was, this is interesting, we'd like to talk about it in the future, but now is not the time to talk about an expanded pay for parking program. Last May, we returned to you during your late May retreat to pick up the conversation. There was a presentation made by a senior representative of Diamond Parking Services who also presented a report that we had asked him to draft. The top line of that report is, if the city implemented a full downtown parking program for an initial capital investment of $1.2 million, it should realize $6.4 million each year in parking revenue. When we talk about an expanded pay for parking program in the city, it often is in the context of revenue, but there are actually several other benefits to the city and to the business community. One is that a pay-for-parking program actually leads to better management and utilization of the parking that we have available. Another is that it increases the amount of turnover for each parking space. The technology that we're looking at would provide important information for parking patrons, such as what are the available spots at them in real time and where are they. And also, when people know where parking is available, it actually reduces greenhouse gas emissions because there's quite a bit of emission that is generated as drivers search for parking, travel around blocks, and idle. So to implement an expanded pay for parking program, we're looking at a multi-year strategy. In the first year, we would implement technology that would address that element of where are parking spaces available, but we would not recommend charging anymore for parking at that time. In 2024, we would implement market-based fees in the municipal garage and in city-owned surface lots. Clearly, an example of a city-owned surface lot is the Marina Park parking lot. And then in 2025, we would implement market rate pay for parking on city streets and in the parking lots of waterfront parks. Next slide, please. We have some actions that are underway currently for the remainder of 2022. One is to replace our aged parking meters or charging stations at the city's own surface lots. The company had been acquired, the technology is old, and so we have a need to implement or purchase new machines regardless. Another is that we are currently in the process of developing a request for proposal that we would issue late this year that would address the parking program and the technology that we would like to have so that we can make comparisons between vendors and assess costs and also how best to phase in the technology. The technology would be for, as I mentioned earlier, being able to track what spaces are available and where they are, to when the city is charging for parking, to allow patrons to pay for the parking remotely on their smartphone, to allow them to check the time remaining on their meters with their smartphone. And we certainly want to make sure that the technology that we choose integrates not only with its other, but with itself, but also for other partners in the city, such as the police department. The city manager's proposed budget has an item of $500,000 for the 2023-2024 implementation of the program. That is a number that is lower than the 1.2 that was suggested by the study you saw in last May. But we haven't yet issued the request for proposals, and we're still evaluating the phasing into the program. So that is an initial budget amount. Next slide, please. Evans.
That's it. That was it.
Thank you, John.
So I even surprised myself. So, Your Honor, I will try to answer questions from the council.
Council, any questions on the parking? Go ahead.
Thank you, John. Can you remind me when in 2025, when we start charging for parking, where the revenue will go? Does it go to the general fund?
It is a general fund revenue, but it would be used to support the maintenance and operations of the city's parking facilities, such as the municipal garage and the various city-owned surface lots.
If you could go back to the very first slide, just so we did maybe skip over that a little too quickly. So So obviously, that decision would be made by the council. This would become general fund dollars. The proposal that I would make to you at that time would be that it be used to maintain the places where the parking is being paid for. So particularly, we don't have easy identified ongoing maintenance for the waterfront parks, especially the infrastructure. Also downtown sidewalks and streets, as well as the parking garage itself, we don't have easy identified, maintenance dollars. So the proposal we would make is that we would use these to invest in those things. But again, that would be a future decision for the council. And the reason we would start with the parking garage and the city lots, for example, the western lot is currently free. We're basically saying we'd start the first year with any city-owned facility that's free, because free parking creates a little bit of a problem in the market, right? And we want to see what we can learn from it and then move on to these others. But the money would be invested back into the places where we're generating it, would be the proposal.
Go ahead, John.
John, thanks for the presentation on the parking. I just had kind of a curiosity question about, so we would issue an RFP and some vendor would or multiple vendors would apply or submit proposals. And so one of the things out of that would be the technology that would basically inventory the utilization of the parking spots in downtown. And so essentially, will that provide like real-time information on whether a parking spot's occupied? And so we'd be able to track usage and have statistics about turnover and like real information, like, right now that's really difficult to collect and have. So would that be part of that?
That's our aim. That's the technology we're looking for in the year 2023, only to enable the public and city staff, transportation planners, to obtain information about parking usage in real time, to assist parking patrons about where parking is available, and also to help us get a better sense of what's the real data about downtown parking usage.
Great, thank you.
Okay, no more questions on parking. So those are the three. Thank you to John for.
Thank you, John.
So those are the three issue papers that staff highlighted for particular presentation, but the remaining 8 issue papers, if there are any council questions on those, after this we head into our longer break, I believe. So if there are any questions on these 8 issue papers, feel free to ask now.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to look at the ARPA paper, if I may. I bounced around when I was reading this, so maybe it wasn't in the ARPA paper, but somewhere we're using ARPA funds, $500,000 for the leaf blower program.
Yeah. Page 1.
So I want to raise an issue on that, and I realize that we're responding to the public's demand for removing leaf blowers, and we're being rightly responsible. But my question is, there's not a lot in this budget funding sustainability efforts, and that I don't want to lose sight of that goal. That is something that we've talked about, that we've pushed really hard. We've gotten distracted by COVID and everything else. And my question is that a good spending of that $500,000? We have building electrification. We have, let me look at my notes here. Building retrofitting, my personal favorite, tree canopy expansion. And I realize that we're responding to requests to get rid of leaf blowers, but we haven't done the analysis of whether leaf blowers are the best improvement or impact we can make on responding to climate change. And I would question whether building retrofitting at $500,000 and providing grants for homeowners to retrofit their existing homes, get rid of natural gas, might do a better job of improving our greenhouse gas emissions. There is a service package in here that we didn't fund. So my question is, can we fund that service package and then spend the $200,000 that we have left over to talk about leaf blowers? And so I'm raising that now, and I'd love to hear some thoughts.
Sure. So it's a great question. And ARPA was one of the biggest challenges because any spending of ARPA dollar is an opportunity cost of how else you could spend an ARPA dollar. And so I would probably put out that I don't think there's a right way or wrong way to do it. My thought process in this was, how could we use ARPA to create a bit of a transformational change, right? And there's not very much of it. So what I was trying to do with this is say, a transformational change could be to get an entire industry to switch to electric. And there was multiple benefits that I was looking at beyond the noise, even that was a big driver. But it was also the health of the people that use these, the noise and the exposure to the gas, and trying to create a program that first would shift the city so that we could show that we were leading the way in being sustainable with our own tools, like we're trying to do with our cars. And then secondly, by showing people you can actually use these and they work, then providing grants in the second half to say, we want to entice these landscaping companies to switch. And my final thought when that was, if Kirkland could show it can work and we could get people to do it, then when you get to a place where you decide whether you want to have a ban or not, the ban has both a noise benefit, but it also has an emission benefit and a health benefit. So I was trying to create all that into one way to say, by investing these scarce dollars in one place, you might be able to impact the whole industry. That's the Kirkland way. Jim Lopez and I always talk about it. So that's why I picked that instead of other things. But we didn't try to measure it against its best possible outcome for emissions. It was like, how can we do all these things simultaneously? So you could absolutely invest it in different places. We also talked about housing. So there's a variety of things you could do with the ARPA funds. And so I think it's really up to the council to see if you prefer to reallocate it. I think there's legitimate choices for that.
I think we should put this on the list for our discussion of the extra money at the end and play with it there, do you think?
That's fine.
Yeah, as a focused discussion for one of the.
John, did you want?
I had a comment on something else. I don't know if we're ready to shift off that one. Okay. So on the fire overtime, one of the next steps that's identified in the issue paper is proactive hiring to minimize impacts of attrition due to retirements. And then in one of the service packages, I saw that there's the public safety recruitment funding at $100,000 a year, which is, I assume, is both for fire and police for recruitment purposes, and I'm assuming diversity in recruitment. I would really be curious and understand how that money, I believe we're already doing that, and I'm wondering how that's going. So we're spending money on that, and how's it turning out? I would be really interested in getting more information on that. Thank you.
So I know both Joe and Truck are tracking this, so if either of the two directors want to jump in, and then I also have some thoughts. So the question was about how the current money we allocated for diversity recruitment and proactive recruitment for the fire department is working out.
We just had a recruitment down in Tukwila, which we had, I think, 80 people sign up and 55 actually showed up. It was a very diverse group. They ran through the testing process, were given tips on both the written process and the physical fitness process. And from that specific one, we're yet to know whether any of those folks will. We won't pull a list until, I believe, March now. So we'll have some time, but we were very excited about the turnout and what occurred down there. And that was our latest endeavor.
Thank you so much, Chief. And I can also add to that, we've been very busy this year with a number of different campaigns related to public safety recruitment, particularly fire recruitment. So in addition to the fire workshop boot camp that Chief mentioned, we've also spent some funds doing outreach via social media and digital media campaigns through an agency called Green Rubino. We had some digital ads that were posted through Facebook, and we're also running some banner ads through that company starting November 1st. Additionally, we have been working with iHeartMedia on radio ads that are not just within Washington, but throughout the United States. We are advertising in other parts of the country, trying to recruit not only laterals, but new entry-level firefighters, as well as police officers and corrections officers. And all of that is for our public safety recruitment efforts. So far, I mean, the ads are still running, and we are getting some very good feedback on all of that. We're getting anecdotally people who have heard the ads. And in my initial meeting with the two companies, the impressions that we're getting and the response that we're getting, and the amount of hits that we're getting to our landing page that we set up for this have been very positive as well.
Oh, thank you for the update. Yeah, I guess I have some more kind of detailed questions about that, but I can take that offline later. I'd love to learn a little bit more about kind of the end result. Like,
Sure.
We're getting lots of hits, we're spending the money in good spots and getting a lot of interest. I'm just wondering if that's, if we're realizing kind of the diversity that we're ultimately trying to achieve, you know, how's that actually working out?
And to answer that question, as the chief mentioned, I think for the fire workshop, that will really be, the proof will be in the pudding when we get our recruits coming through the application process in March. But additionally, we are monitoring applicants who come to our website and apply for the different jobs because we're using our NeoGov platform. It captures that data as people are submitting their applications. And so we're hoping to review all of this data when it's all said and done to see if it's viable and if it has been productive and if we can continue this into next year.
Thank you.
Great question and great answer.
Yeah, I think it might help too if we just maybe write up a summary of some of these, because we're also doing some small things like paying for the testing when people come to do the public safety testing and so forth. So we're trying in big and small ways, but as I think the council knows, the challenge is you got to get people into the funnel and the process. You can't really like change the process. You got to get just more people in. So we really focus a lot of efforts on that. And a decent amount of the money has been invested in a dedicated management analyst in the HR department who has been working on all of these things. So she's sort of in charge of the entire scope of these investments.
Great. Thanks, Chuck. Oh, do you want these guys?
So now I'm going to talk about the outside agency and tourism funding.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Thanks, Chuck.
So I think we should just say it out loud. We're taking over the 4th of July parade in 2023.
Willing.
Mayor Sweet is retiring. So my question is, have we put enough money in this? Are we, we're talking parade, we're not talking a potential fireworks or drone show? That's a question.
So let me take a couple stabs at that, and then the mayor can also probably reply, and also I'm sure Lynn Swagster want to talk to you. So the city has not yet made a decision to take up the 4th of July. That's a council decision. The KDA and Celebrate Kirkland, which obviously the mayor is chair of, has communicated multiple times in multiple ways throughout the year that they're not going to do it again. And because of that early heads up, we have had a parks person who was shadowing the whole process with the mayor so that we could get a sense of how to do it. And so I have a proposal in the budget to have a dedicated staff person in parks that could coordinate the 4th of July, but that's obviously a conversation the council has to have. I don't know if we have enough money is the short answer. In these, you can see in the service packages, there's a couple things that I want to highlight. When the city council gave us the money for ARPA, we launched a couple neat new programs like the Harvest Festival, and the Taste of Kirkland. The position that coordinated that was a one-time position funded with ARPA that expires, and some of the money we use is also ARPA money. I had a choice to make. If you see the service package, you'll see that the department basically said, here's what we think we would need to do all of those things, continue all of those programs and the 4th of July. In my final balancing, I was only able to propose one, and so I have one dedicated position for events, which I would be proposing would prioritize the 4th of July as the event, and then if there's capacity left over. But we also left the money in that normally goes to the KDA, but there's also a lot of outside fundraising that occurs with the 4th of July that, again, the mayor can speak to. So we haven't really sort of sat down and figured out how all this goes. So I would say probably no, we probably don't have enough money, but it's also how much money do you want to spend on the 4th of July hasn't really been determined yet. So that's my overview, and I don't know if Lynn, if you want to add anything to that.
Thank you, City Manager. That was a pretty good overview. Yes, and special events are very time-consuming to put on. They're incredibly enjoyable by the community. Most of them are free, and people really appreciate them, but they are very time-consuming. The total package together with all of the special events, so continuing all of the ones that we've been doing for the last year and a half, combined with the July 4th package, was 4 full-time positions. And as the city manager mentioned, with the prioritization of funding, he's currently allocated funding for one position. Also, as mentioned, there are revenue opportunities. We don't really know exactly what all those revenue opportunities are, but we've been having great success with sponsorships, and we believe that that would increase. And one of the factors that we were taking into consideration with the submission is actually using those 4 positions to create a special event division with a supervisor who would be over the higher level relationship building, sponsorships, that type of thing, and also integrate our permitted special events under there, which would eliminate a single point of failure. So there's a lot of complications here, and I think the city manager really described it perfectly when he said we just need to sit down and talk about how to best spend the money according to the city council priorities.
Thank you. And I know we've been talking about how to manage potential sponsorships for years. So there's an untapped market there. Do city events not qualify for tourism dollars?
They can. Again, that's something Councilman Nixon can speak to.
Be happy to do that. They absolutely do. It helps with prioritization if a case can be made that they actually attract heads and beds, right? Yeah. That we get out-of-town visitors. And this year, if you look at the Tourism Development Committee's recommendations, there were not that many what you might consider community events funded because the TDC really wanted to focus and actually beef up what we're seeing as the events that drew the most outside visitors. Kind of on the assumption that the city would pick up more of the community events as has been happening.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Councilmember Curtis. I'm sure you have other things. It looks like, oh, okay. I had a question just related to that. I just want to make sure I'm understanding where we are in the process of making decisions on what kind of special events the city is going to do. So my understanding, I'm hearing that you're proposing that we move from 4 to 1 positions, and that's what we will be giving input on today, but then at a later time, you'll be coming back and saying, this is what we can do with that 1 position, and the council will then discuss and prioritize, and when will that conversation happen?
Well, it sort of starts now and continues through the other budget. So we're not moving from 4 to 1, just to get a little credit. We're adding one that doesn't exist today, but the proposal on the service package was 4. But yes, the discussion would be, if you added that events position, what would you want it to do and what could it do? And 4th of July being a key thing that wouldn't be done otherwise if the city didn't take it over. But yes, that discussion would be today and November meetings.
And those other community events that the city has been doing over the past year or two would need to be prioritized against the July 4th parade.
And
it's not in addition to.
Other priorities in the budget, right? So.
Thank you.
Yes.
So if I could, the city will be putting on the 4th of July next year. Sorry, Lynn, but I will help. I mean, I think it is time for that transition to happen. Now, we can spend what we need to spend on the 4th of July. It is, putting on a parade is not necessarily a really expensive thing to do. And you can't, we didn't charge entry fees this year. Normally, we garner a fair amount of revenue just by people signing up to be in the parade. In the $10,000, $12,000 range. So there is more that we can do. The other thing we didn't do this year is we didn't bring any vendors in for after the parade or around the parade. That's another revenue source for supporting it. Now, obviously, I've put this thing on for so many years that it is a recipe. I could plug in, and I hope that Marika was able to pick up a lot of this, but it is basically a plug-in at this point. But I think the city may want to make it ours, and I know the pride that the department takes in putting the events on that they do put on. So I agree with Lynn, there's going to be some transition and they have to fall in love with the 4th of July. And we will, because it's absolutely fabulous. But I also think that if we want a drone show, then the 7 of us might have some responsibility in identifying some sponsorships along the way. I have been fundraising for the 4th of July for 24 years. Some years are a whole lot more successful than other years. But I think that figuring out sponsorships and Parks has done a marvelous job of identifying sponsors for the events that we've put on so far. But this is a bigger deal, and it's a little more tricky. If we were to have an afternoon picnic, it's what I would have liked to have happened last year. It would have been potentially something that like Kirkland Urban could have put on in Peter Kirk Park. But they were concerned about trying to put on an event the first year after COVID with the impact that they might get so many people that they couldn't handle it, which is why they made the decision not to go ahead with an event. So I think it's an evolving thing. What I believe that I turned over to the city is the parade. That is the thing that people love the most. We got a lot of hate mail with regard to not putting on the fireworks. We also got a lot of plus mail from folks with dogs and folks with PTSD. So that's a decision I think that moving forward, I hope we don't do fireworks again. I hope that we find something to replace it if we want it to be an all-day thing. But as far as I'm concerned, the 4th of July is ours to pick up. Thank you. Go ahead, Jay.
Well, I know we have talked about this before, but the Celebrate Kirkland on the 4th of July is really part of what makes Kirkland Kirkland. And it's just amazing that you and your merry band of volunteers are 4 staff people's worth of work that we're trying to figure out how to go do with. I hope we do have some rich policy discussions as a council on how this goes forward. You mentioned some of the complexity and details. I do think there are opportunities for outside partnerships, but also looking at how we organize the events and want to make sure that we're looking at all models, potential use of outside contractors and experts and things like that to move forward. So in addition to the money things we're talking about here, I hope we have the time to really get into some of the details of what we want this event to look like going forward. Thank you.
Okay, I believe we're a little late for our second break, but we can do it.
If there's no other questions on white papers, we would have the dinner break, but I'm sure we get everybody's thoughts.
Of course, we finished with 4th of July.
Okay.
With that, we will take a break
So it's a
until
30-minute break is what is scheduled, but you can make it less or you can make it more. It's up to the council.
Council, do you want to rush and be back at 6, or you want to go for 6:15?
Yeah, it's to eat. Yeah,
Right.
it's dinner.
Oh, I'm sorry, did I say? Okay, we do have to eat, so, I mean, I'm fine with going to 6:15, because I think we're moving along pretty well.
6:15?
6:15 it is.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're live, Mayor.
Recording in progress.
Okay, we are back from our dinner break and ready to dive right back in.
All right, we are going to be bringing back up the PowerPoint. Just want to say a couple introductory remarks about this section. So we don't want this section to be just a laundry list of investments, but it is a very large list of investments. So a reminder, in the past, previous councils created this process by where we show how investments in the budget help make progress on council goals. So these are investments by goal area, similar to what you saw in the budget message. But I think what we want to emphasize is this is your chance. We have all of the directors here. If you have a question about an investment on this list or like what it is or what it's for, we have the team here to answer that. But we can also move through them as quickly as you want, or we can spend as much time on an individual slide as you want. But this is really the crux of the service package investments and how they help implement the council goals. So.
Okay, and was this, did you say in the general? Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So with that, I will turn it back over to George to continue.
Okay, George.
Okay, thank you, City Manager. And so me and Michael are actually going to kind of rotate doing these. I'll start and then hand over to Michael. We'll hand back. That way it doesn't have to be the same person being listened to all the way through the list. So the first goal is inclusive and equitable community. This is a goal that was added in the recent updates to the council goals. So for this goal area, we have 8, I think, additions. The first 4 here are increased funding for outreach and engagement to support a safe, inclusive, welcoming community. It's a $100,000 one time. We briefly talked about the $200,000 ongoing on recruitment efforts in public safety. And then we don't only have service packages in these lists, so it also is other investments in the budget. So we have completing the DEIB training program objectives and the roadmap implementation, as well as continuing to drive diversity recruitment through outreach and advertising, again, which was touched on before the break. Beyond that, we have continuing to offer cultural and inclusive community building events. This is the community events service package. Adding resources for a reevaluation of the city speed limit setting policy, a transportation master plan update, implementation of the MIH, the Mobile Integrated Health Program, and then adding resources for ArcGIS implementation. So if there are council questions on those.
I should also add.
Is this,
go ahead. Sorry, go sorry, Mayor.
But is this where we were going to talk a little bit more in depth on the community events, or?
We could, or we could save that to the end if you want to have a little more structured time. So I wanted to emphasize it's in the budget message, but many of the things we invest in or that you ask us to can fit in multiple goals, and so we always do the best we can to say we're putting it here, but some of them could easily be in multiple places. So.
City Manager, I just want to be clear. The DEIB funding, the equity roadmap is being funded. This is just extra funding on top of that. There's a number of items. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, that's another great point. This is really about service packages, not about existing levels of service. So, for example, in public safety, we don't say the police department. It's like, what new thing did we do? So that's a great question.
Okay.
So it's in addition to what is already being done.
Thank you.
What?
I have a question that may be related to Councilmember Curtis's, but one thing that I was looking for that in the budget that I didn't see is the dedicated funding for diverse art and events. Is that in here? Is that carrying over, or is that just not? Did I miss it just because it's not highlighted? You may remember that we added this in our last biennium budget.
It's not highlighted, but I need to phone a friend on that or ask George or Jim to jump in on that. Jim Lopez.
It looks like George doesn't have it.
Yeah, we will have to look at that. I was seeing if Jim had it, he was going to jump in. If not, we will.
It's in the city manager's budget, so let's.
Yes.
We did put it in as a carryover request. Sorry, I was hitting my button there.
And then yes, it will be carried over into 2020.
Okay, so the same level as the last budget for this budget.
Whatever remains unspent. Yeah, I think. That's how the carryovers would normally work.
Yeah, so it's carryover, Councilmember Falcone.
Thank
So
you.
what has not been spent? Yep.
Oh, it's just carryover what has not been spent. It's not at
Correct.
the same level as when, well,
It's
okay.
different, yeah.
I was going to say that you'd save me from my spiel as to why this is important, but now I think I do need to give the spiel as to why I think this is important. Well, you may remember that we added this in our last biennium budget. And as we know, growing a program like this takes, or, you know, an initiative like this takes time, right? Which is why we may not have spent all of it yet, because it just takes time for us to identify how we're going to do this and to get community members who want to organize diverse events to come to us, right? And that takes relationship building, it takes trust, it takes time. So I'm not surprised that we haven't spent it all yet. We've really only begun to scratch the surface on this. I know the Arts Commission is doing a fantastic job of putting out calls for arts and getting more diverse public art, which I'm really happy to see. Ideally, I'd like to see this funding grow over time. We were just talking about, you know, diverse events at our meeting last week. And wouldn't it be a nice problem to have if we had event organizers asking us for even more funding to hold new diverse events in Kirkland? This is a pretty small investment that we added last time, just to kind of to acknowledge that we wanted to start to invest in this. And as we know, art is just such an amazing way to create a sense of community connection and belonging, which are really important values for our community. You know, I see blank canvases everywhere in our city, from buildings and other walls to utility boxes, vehicles, bridges. There are so many places that we could have more public art and more diverse public art. Several of us toured the 132nd Square Park construction site yesterday. And there's a retaining wall there where I'm super excited to hear that we're having public art coming soon. I know it's something that that I've asked for in the past. And this relatively small investment has the potential to make big returns in our this council goal here of being an inclusive and equitable community and really creating that sense of belonging that we're looking for. So just because it's not all spent doesn't mean I think that it's not worth funding at the same level that we did, if not more, at the last budget. And so that is my spiel.
So will we add that at our
Jim,
later
could you clarify what was spent, or do you or David Welbrick know? I'm looking at the screen. Sorry, can you clarify?
Yeah, I think there were two buckets, and we'll confirm this, but there was an art events, which we have, I believe, expended percentages of. We have art calls out, and a separate bucket for events, which we still haven't spent. We haven't spent the event side of the monies that were given because they take time to prepare and organize, and we focused on the arts side of things. So I think that's the answer.
Madam Mayor?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I had the opportunity today to have a conversation with Jeff Lockhart, who's the executive director of Kirkland Performance Center. And I asked him specifically about what could be done to bring more diverse events from other cultures, and not just kind of static art, but performances. And he told me, which was kind of a surprise, that we already do quite a few of that type of event. It's just that they tend to be marketed specifically to the community that they're from, right? So you'll have an Indian event, theater, music, et cetera, but it's only marketed in the Indian community, right? And so I asked him, well, could the city contribute toward marketing those more broadly to the broader community, even just within Kirkland, not necessarily as a tourism thing, but I was talking more as chair of the TDC. And he said he thought that's something they could act on very quickly. And so I encouraged him to have a conversation with Jim and Erica about that specifically. But that's, I think, something we should explore a little further is maybe it's not that we have to figure out how to create entirely new events. We just have to make people more aware of what's already happening and make sure that they feel welcome coming to those.
That's great. But we will tuck this into our discussion.
Yeah, so just wanted to say we're taking notes on all these things and we're bringing them back to future council
I'm just
meetings.
thinking about that leftover money you're going to let us play with.
Yep. It's coming at the end. It's coming at the end.
Okay, George.
Hello, the next goal, council goal is vibrant neighborhoods. And so we'll be talking about investments in this council goal area. Also, there are 8 service packages here. Some of them you'll notice are services we provided in the past, but they've only been funded one time, so they are either going to be funded again one time or ongoing. The first is the community survey that we just had in '22. It's done every other year, so these are adding funds to do this in 2024. Increase the funding for the neighborhood matching grant program by just over $10,000. Adding $150,000 each year ongoing in the street levy funding for the neighborhood safety program in the CIP. The next 3 are investing in additional staffing, reclassifying a planner to an associate planner, and adding a planning supervisor and a development engineer. And then the final 3 include continuing the community court, or the final 2 community court program that was implemented as a pilot in 2021. That will be ongoing, and continue funding the full-time FTE for the web and multimedia specialist supporting community communications and the Kirkland website.
Great. The thing that leapt out at me on this one was, why would we put community court there? Why wouldn't that be in the DEIB?
You know, that was one, it could be in public safety, it could be in human services, could be in inclusive community. And so maybe we misaligned this one, but I think we're trying to show that we're creating the connections, but it certainly could be put in a different place.
Many of these service packages can fall under several council goals, and we could put it in a more appropriate one.
And that is in the roadmap too.
Right, that's what I thought. So let's go Amy, then Jay.
Well, I think Jay was first, actually.
Go ahead.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Not sure where to put this, so neighborhood sounded as good as any. We have the Houghton Village property, which we have talked about as affordable housing, as community space, as space for arts and community service nonprofits. And this is going to be something that would be achieved via a partnership with some developer. I don't see us actually building this. And I just wanted to make sure that we had sufficient resources to put that program together, because it's going to be pretty critical. We want it to really support the Houghton Everest Neighborhood Center, and we want to really create a place there. So I just wanted to think about whether there was some outside help to ensure success for that project. Thank you.
Great. Amy?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, first, I'm going to be nitpicky and say that we need to update the language of this goal to match our most recent goal updates. We updated it to change citizens to community members, both here and where we talk about performance measurement by council goals. And there are also several other uses of citizen in the budget document, so let's change those to community member, please. Also, I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, that we're going to have a separate presentation on the performance measurement by council goals, so I'm going to tie my comments to that relevant here to this goal. The summary that discusses this goal and the performance measurement of it discusses how we're viewing it as a success, that folks are back to participating in ways and engaging in ways that they were before the pandemic, coming to town halls and those types of things. And I just want to challenge us to not view a return to the status quo as a success here. I know we're doing better than we were with public engagement pre-COVID, with building relationships with folks in the community who weren't previously engaged. I know that Jim and David and Erica and others are working really hard to build those relationships with folks that weren't, who were historically excluded from community engagement and were not engaged, and who are now becoming more and more engaged. So I just want to encourage us to reflect those successes in the performance measurement by council goals for this goal, because I think that's a pretty big achievement that we're continuing to work on, of course, but we've certainly made a lot of progress there. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly?
Oh, Amy got mine.
Councilor
Falcone got mine.
All right, great. I want to talk quickly about the community court. It's not really about the funding per se, but we're still describing it. We're describing it as a pilot in 2021. What is it going to? I don't want to get into. I want to make sure this is a budget-based discussion, but I do want to understand from whether this is going to move into a something other than a pilot stage? And I guess to tie it to monies, do we have in the budget the money necessary to make this?
I believe it's ongoing, that's correct.
Okay. So it's just described here as a pilot because it was launched, because we viewed it as launched in a pilot during its first 12 months?
Yeah, yeah. I think the language here is maybe a little confusing. It was a pilot in 2021, but it's now an ongoing program, and so we can clean up the language there. But there is ongoing funding for it in 23-24.
Great. That's all I wanted to double check. Thank you.
Yeah, I like that clarification to the program.
I would also say we did ask the judge whether they thought this was sufficient, and he said yes. So,
John,
Okay.
go ahead.
Thank you. So I never really know where the things that aren't funded in the service package, where it belongs, but this one neighborhood sounds appropriate. The one item that I had a question about that was proposed but not funded was around hybrid meeting support for our boards and commissions. And so I was wondering if you could tell me more about that, because I see that kind of going along with what Councilmember Falcone said. It's like, status quo isn't necessarily what we're trying to achieve. We want to make sure that all people can participate in those forums. So what are we
yeah, so I can take a shot at that and Smith a bit. So what we're trying to figure out is what is the right level of effort, and what the council receives, or maybe the planning commission would hope to receive, is a very high level of effort that requires IT and others to make happen. And the budget request was kind of built around a similar level of effort. What we are hoping to get to is where the administrative staff for the position could do it by themselves, and then we could maybe look at different technology. So this was a place where, frankly, just kind of running out of money, it was like, okay, we need to think differently about how to do this. So I didn't fund the service package, but we don't have exactly how to do it. And Smith can maybe add more to that. But that was the reason why I didn't put it forward.
Good evening, council members. So Kurt is absolutely right. Our thinking behind this, how it would differ from the level of support for council meetings, is that the boards and commissions meetings are intended to be more of self-service. So the programming is done for administrative staff and departments to be able to manage those meetings on their own with minimal support from IT. So the training has also been provided. What we're waiting for is to see how the first few meetings will go to really assess what more improvements or programming can be done to make it really easy to host by the department.
Yeah, thank you for that explanation. I think what I'm hearing is that we are going to try to have the hybrid meeting capability, but it's going to be a lesser level service than what we receive for the council, and the departments are going to have to try to do it on their own, but we're going to provide that, we're going to work to provide that capability and see how it goes.
Absolutely, and we're also going to provide staffing from IT for the first few meetings until the staff and the departments are well trained.
Great, thank you.
And there was, just on that, some hourly wages budget added to IT for that purpose as well.
While we're on the subject, are the AV upgrades that were discussed in the budget book for the chambers, is that going to contribute to our ability to do hybrid meetings? Or are those completely unrelated concepts?
I'll have to phone a friend on that one. Smith, are you aware of those, or Kathy?
So the AV upgrades for the council chambers is, I'm not sure if there's a specific service package for that, because it didn't come from IT.
It's a CIP, I think.
Oh, the CIP one.
I read it somewhere, that's all I know.
Yeah, okay, so CIP one, yes. So that is geared towards some other rooms. So the Peter Kirk room is one we're looking at adding the same technology that we have currently in the council chambers, which is not, Peter Kirk room today has a lower level of technology. So by making those basically from a technology standpoint controllable, similar to how we control the council chambers camera. That is an improvement we're currently assessing. But that AV improvements project in the CIP is also for replacing the technology in the courtrooms at the KJC. So especially courtrooms 1 and 3 that are well past their life cycle. So we're trying to expedite that project. So that's what that's really good for.
Okay, great. Thanks, Smitha.
Thank you.
Okay. The next goal area is community safety. So there are a number of improvements or additions here. So there's probably 3 or 4 slides worth. So I've highlighted some of the key ones in bold rather than go through all sort of 15 to 20. So provide funding to support the Regional Crisis Response Program to better serve community members. So as we discussed earlier, this is funding the regional response rather than our own community responder program, which is, I believe, in front of council on November 1st. The second is to provide funding to allow NORCOM to hire a mental health professional to take 911 calls and collaborate with dispatch to better address that real-time response from the dispatch center. We then have some additional court security problems, rather improvements, implementing Ready Rebound, a healthcare navigation service through HR, and then continue legal services for community court that were originally added in 2022. Beyond that, I'm going to just highlight the bold ones here, but stop me if there are others that are of interest. The resources for a 1.0 FTE safety and training coordinator. This was a public works request, but to coordinate safety and training across public works divisions. Full implementation of the body-worn camera program. Funding to hire 5 firefighter EMTs. These are the final 5 new hires from the 2025 Prop 1 program.
I guess I have a question as to, is this additional funding or is this the Prop 1 funding?
This is Prop 1 funding. They are new firefighters, which is why it's here. But it is from the original fire Prop 1.
Okay.
We talked about the top couple here earlier when we talked about GEMT funding. So construction of a training prop at Fire Station 24 at 2.7 million. And then I highlighted 2 here, create a covered storage area off-site from the maintenance center for salt and sand, and new equipment to maintain current service levels and provide more proactive response during snow ice events. So both service package geared towards improving our snow ice response. And then there are some additional positions at the bottom there, as well as some training and one-time improvements in fire and others. And we still go. So we are moving into some CIP improvements here. So financing the fire department CIP projects. So again, this is mostly the fire station construction projects that were part of the 21-26 CIP and will be part of the 23-28 CIP. And then the conversion of the 2 school resource officers to PROACT officer and neighborhood resource officer that happened in 2022, but 23-24 will be the first full budget cycle with those. That was it for, that was the list for community safety.
Anything for community safety? Well done.
Go on. So again, going back to one of the service packages that wasn't recommended for funding under facilities was what was it called? A refurbishment or redevelopment of Fire Station 27. Just a question about that. You know, so we're building a new Fire Station 27. We're going to have that existing building there, and we're going to need to figure out how to use it. Are we still going to have the capability in the funding to at least have a planning exercise to be able to figure out how best to utilize that, and whether there are going to need to be refurbishment or redevelopment of that location, and then figure out how much that's going to cost and consider that later, or how's that going to go?
Yeah, so this is one where since we don't know exactly what we want to do with it, I thought of this as more of a mid-buy proposal for next year, rather than put a big chunk of money in now as just a placeholder without knowing exactly. Because it's a sound building, so we can sort of use it now. And if we wanted to remodel or do something with it, it was sort of to get a better sense. So for example, we're talking about the potential crisis clinic. We know that one potential use of Station 27 was the regional crisis response team, but maybe they go into that building. So I just felt like I didn't know enough to know like how much to set aside. So I thought of waiting, but it's an expense we will eventually have to put some money into for sure.
So that could be a potential set aside that we might want to consider.
Sure.
Just because it seems quite likely that we'd need to put some level of money towards it. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Anybody else? One more, John? Okay.
The next goal, council goal area is support of human services. And a lot of this has already been discussed in the human service grant, so I'll just highlight a couple of them on the next page. Following the homeless outreach coordinator, expanding the low-income senior, and that's actually senior and disabled utility discount program to all low-income people, and we're in the process of developing that. And also developing that program for relieving the payment of the $20 car tab fee for low-income people, which is likely to be more a reimbursement program, but we're going to develop that as part of this budget, and there's funding in there for that.
And just the idea on that was just to take some money off the top of the car tab for the reimbursement. So we would do that as we develop the program.
And so, and the rest of the bullet points here are continuing the funding that has already been discussed for the human services grants. So I don't know if there's any questions on the human services service level.
Comments, questions?
Well, at the end of this meeting, we're going to talk about the human services grants that aren't funded.
Yes.
We're going to talk about the money.
The gap. I couldn't get credit for the gap, right? So
That's why you had to put some money in.
exactly.
Okay, balanced transportation is next. So the first one here is adding the 2 project managers. This is the Transportation Benefit District car tab funding in 2020. Sorry. These are engineers added to implement the TBD, but they're actually funded via the capital projects themselves. And then continuing the Bellevue, Kirkland, Redmond transportation model. This is another one of the service packages that we have each time, funded each time. Same with continued Kirkland Green Chip and transportation demand management. And then we have, so replace existing dated parking technologies. This is the one that we spoke about in relation to the issue paper, inquiring technology to help with parking implementation. And the final one, the final 3 there are related to the CIP. So public transit CIP, traffic improvement, and non-motorized transportation projects.
John.
It's one of the things I think I've talked about this with various people over the years. And, one of the biggest safety issues out there is really about vehicle speeds. And I know that we have funding towards doing a comprehensive evaluation of speed limits across the city, but that's really setting speed limits. And I'm looking at ways in which we can also reduce vehicle speeds, particularly through neighborhoods cut through. And we have this traffic calming program that we've had on the books for a while. We haven't really funded that, I think, for the last 10 years, or when it basically disbanded back after the recession. And I would like some consideration of revamping that program so it's easier to make low-cost improvements within neighborhoods that can slow vehicle speeds. Because I think right now we just say, we kind of don't do that, to be honest. And I'd like to consider how we can get back to doing some of that, but doing it in a different way than we used to do it. So that I think last time it was you had to get 70% of the neighborhood to agree to do something, and to me it's about safety, and so I want to rethink how that program could be modified and then put some funding behind it to actually do a few types of projects that could slow vehicle speeds in problematic areas, high priority areas. So that's what I'm looking for. I don't know where that would fit in the budget. And that could be something maybe where we look first at how do we revamp that program and how much does it cost, but I'd really like to consider that more. That's something I think we all hear from the community about quite a bit, and I always feel like I don't have a good answer, unfortunately, for them.
Go ahead.
I just would like to pile on to that, and that I read a great article about how street murals slow down traffic. So we could combine Councilmember Falcone's interest in more art and Councilmember Pascal's interest in slowing down traffic.
Like it.
I was going to pile on there too. So thanks for raising this. I actually was not, I was still under the impression that we had some kind of program that neighbors could make a request and we would do a traffic study then of the street of concern. So I guess, City Manager, I'd ask you to like maybe respond to what it does look like now. And then, but I was going to also ask my fellow council member, Pascal, would this be something where in your vision, the city would take a more proactive approach rather than waiting for residents of a neighborhood to say, we want traffic calming on our street? This would be us finding a way to gather that data ourselves and identify those streets where traffic calming is justified from a safety standpoint, as opposed to the perception of a need standpoint?
Well, so I think my vision is
piqued my interest.
Is the program would be developed to either be proactive or respond, but to do it in a way that prioritize limited resources to the greatest need, that benefited the greatest number of people, right, and or most vulnerable. So that's why I think the program needs to be revamped a little bit to get at that and to consider whether it should be proactive. But I think through that comprehensive speed limit study, it could that could help identify where maybe some of those more problem locations are within neighborhoods, and so that we could match, anything that comes out of that effort, we can match it with actual physical speed management techniques for those problematic areas that we come across during that more comprehensive study. That's what I'm thinking, but I'd love to hear from I don't think we have the answers right now. That's why I was kind of asking for the transportation staff to perhaps think about it a little bit more and get back to us.
So I took notes on that. I see our Public Works Director is on the line, but just to answer your question, Councilmember Black, so I used to have a dedicated 0.5 FTE for the neighborhood traffic safety program, and that position was eliminated in the budget when that person retired. We haven't replaced that position, but the council's given us other positions that are sort of related. But so we haven't had that specific program. But we do have programs like the Neighborhood Safety Program, which is through the Neighborhood Program, and our CIP projects list and other things where people can still make a request. We just don't have the dedicated person who would go out and do all the work that's currently in policy that Councilmember Pascal was talking about. So it's a much lower level of service, but it's like not impossible to get traffic calming. It's just we don't have that dedicated resource anymore. And so I think, as he's suggesting, is could we rethink it? Just the example that I'll give as to why the policies happened before, and it was before my time, is just use speed bump as the best example. You can see how you'd want a speed bump as you're driving through the neighborhood, but if you live by the speed bump, you don't want the speed bump, right? So it's just that's why some of these things were built in to say before you put traffic calming on my actual street, you better ask me. So it's a little bit of a challenge because, like what we saw with the diverter on the Greenway, right? We got a lot of feedback from the people who live right next to it, but the people who use the Greenway love it, right? So there's just always a bit of a balance. So there is no formal dedicated program, but there are pieces in the various parts of the departments where we do some things like that. So, sorry, Julie, go ahead if I missed anything.
Oh,
Yeah, Kurt, you answered it. I do think this is probably a topic that deserves an update to council because we've been able to secure staffing. We are looking to shift and make that program, a much more robust program than it has been in the last couple of years since I've been here. So we have a transportation planner that we're hoping to shift time with. I know Jim has filled his neighborhood coordinator position. So we're working really closely together. So I think, maybe this is a good time in the next, I would say first quarter of next year to come back to council and explain how we are modifying the program to be, I would say, a little more timely in our response to the community.
Go ahead, Jay.
On a different topic, the East Trail Regional Advisory Committee has had a discussion of work over the next 2 years in different cities' cost shares. And previously, these were items that had to go back individually to councils to fund through the Council Special Projects Reserve or other mechanisms in other cities. This year, the East Trail RAC has worked to say, let's get some numbers together to plug in the city's budget processes. Our RAC meeting last week had that number, and the number coming out of the staff team is $38,551 for Kirkland's share. That would go to communication and outreach, to trail monitoring and metrics, and to an event and that's for the biennium, an event in 2024 that would kind of mirror what happened several years ago with an event that said, we need to have an East Trail, we need to brand it, we need to have a outside group that does advocacy and fundraising, and a bunch of things that we've accomplished over the last 5 years came out of a brainstorming conference that we did back before we called the broader corridor the East Trail. We're looking at saying, given all the progress we're making, we need to kind of set the stage for the next 5 years and have a conference there. So as a piece of balanced transportation, I'd like to see if we could add that into the budget if it's not already there through the staff teamwork.
Yeah, that's not currently in the budget proposal, but definitely marked it down.
Write it down.
Can I ask Deputy Mayor, so how is that number calculated and how does it compare to our neighboring jurisdictions?
Good question.
And I'm somewhat cognizant of the fact that Kirkland's been pretty proactive investing in our portion of the East Trail without without having requests from our neighbors. So I just want to be cognizant of that.
Sure, and we can get some information on it, but in general, it's based on miles of ownership of the East Trail. So the bulk of the funding is coming from King County, with some coming from Sound Transit and Woodinville and Redmond owning their portions. And then there's also a piece for the lame cities that don't own their Bellevue. And the easement holders like Puget Sound Energy also contribute. And this is ends up being several $100,000 worth of work that's leveraged by Kirkland's 38,000 cost share.
Over 2 years. Yeah. Okay, moving along.
The next council goal discussing services is abundant parks, open spaces, and recreational services. This budget invests $10 million in the purchase of Houghton Park and Ride. This is one-time general fund money available for the potential aquatic and recreation facilities and/or affordable housing partnership project. This budget also continues the funding for the Parks Ballot Measure exploratory process in 2023 with the limited term management analyst and communications program specialist, including expenses for outreach, facilitation, and consulting. Budget also includes funding for 4 pop-up off-leash locations throughout the community. Nearly just over $45,000 in ongoing expenses. The summer action plan wage increases that happened in this last summer are made ongoing for the staffing for the summer action plans. This budget provides funding for the purchase of an Arbor Pro lift truck on tracks for tree maintenance. Also adds resources for the Kalakala preliminary design and cost estimate, and capital investments in Kirkland's parks, over $8 million, including money for parkland acquisition and park restroom additions, renovations, and replacement program. Any questions on Abundant Parks?
You know, it's nice for you, Mayor, that we all have our passion projects. You can just look to your right and you know I have something to say. So these are all good, and these are all worthwhile packages. The only one I'm not sure about is the Kalakala preliminary design and cost estimate for $38,000. And part of that is why. And we've invested money over years in what we're going to do with Kalakala. So I'm wondering why it has been elevated. And then there are 2 park service packages I want to advocate for. So do you want to respond to the Kalakala first?
Sure, and Jim might have more details on the actual. So essentially the grand visions for the Kalakala didn't quite pan out, right? So the first round we did were going to cost several $100,000. And so we moved, and I give a lot of credit to Martha Chaudhry for this. We sort of moved to creative thinking about use and reuse of the Kalakala rather than try to do something, grand. And so those of you who were at the grand opening of the Ferreton Spur extension, that was one of the first big uses. So we still have those pieces that are there. So what this is really is about taking those last pieces and calling the question and doing something with them along the corridor. So probably cutting them up and probably putting them in places like that people could look through, or so there's a variety of things. And so it's really to get to very specific action design for the remaining pieces to be placed along the CKC is basically the proposal. And that was the estimate that I got from the team for that. And again, I don't know if Jim is watching or if someone else will be Public Works. I'm not sure who has this one.
Yeah, I think Martha's been working with the team, Curtin. I think you've got it exactly.
And would this run through the Cultural Arts Commission then, Jim?
Yeah, I mean, we redid the guidelines, so if it's permanent over 7,500, we would do that.
Okay, thank you for that reminder. So maybe we want, go ahead, City Manager.
So one of the wrinkles, or I guess opportunities that came along, is with the decision to move the storage units at the maintenance center. We're actually trying to think of how do we incorporate that, because the council said go ahead and start that as the first piece of the linear park and get a better appearance and sort of fencing and stuff. So we're also looking at, they're right there now and they're industrial, and it's maybe that's the place. But we also thought about other places along the corridor. So it's sort of a lot of pieces in flux, and we're trying to bring it home and just not have them sit there anymore. So.
And I understand that. It's, we bought them how long ago, and they're still in the backyard, and we're still trying to decide what to do with them, so. Okay.
Rusting away.
I know. And now they're sandblasted. So maybe we could talk about that again. There's 2 park service packages that I'd like to advocate for. The Parks Department, I have to compliment them. They've done a really good job over the last couple of years of building inclusive and welcoming new community events. And one of the service packages was a teen programming and mobile education, and going out in the community and doing outreach to marginalized communities and teaching classes and really connecting with our young residents. And it seemed like a worthwhile package to me. And, we have a youth council that is funded, but it's a small subset of our teen population. And I'm just wondering, have we looked at the youth council? Have we looked at teen programming and how we can create a program that's more inclusive and reaches a broader teen audience? The other one that I know that you guys have heard me talk about over the years is increased funding for lifeguards. And one of the things that I keep bringing up is with climate change, it gets warmer earlier, and we have a few 2 or 3 weeks of warm weather where we don't have lifeguards on our beaches. Another thing in the service package, it talked about the need for retention and training and building our lifeguarding staff, because every year we're scrambling, frankly, for lifeguards. And we're talking about potentially building an aquatic center, and it would be wonderful if we have this pool of full-time lifeguards that we can use to staff the pool, the potential pool.
Cool.
So can you talk a little bit about those two service packages? Because I'd love to include them.
Sure. So Lynn can certainly talk about more about what they are. I can tell you a little bit more about why they're not in the proposal at this moment, right? So some of you have heard me say this, and the directors hear me say it all the time, probably to the point where they just chuckle when I say it, but I've never had a bad service package. Like, what people submit that goes through the budget leadership is all good things that would make things better. And so that's why it's really hard, right? And the staff and the directors are really thoughtful about their proposals because they're really trying to do their mission of serving the community, right? So everything comes from a good place and is a good program. In this case, what I went back to in both of these was the touchstone of sustaining existing services and kind of the focus on building the community. And so in both these cases, I saw them as a new increment of service that we didn't yet have, that I wasn't sure how I'd be able to sustain. And so I just was like, when we were at the final budget balancing, we just had a lot of places we couldn't do, like the human services package. So that's why I drew a line there. It wasn't a value judgment on the programs themselves. The other thought process that went into it was the teen programs are still a little in flux with KTUB and a city proposal and so forth. So I was like, I don't yet know what the best recommendation is. And so those were the two reasons. On the lifeguards, it was similar. Again, it was a very good proposal, but that's one that I thought could be a discussion in the ballot measure because the current level of lifeguard services was a ballot measure item, and the city's actually added even more to that. And so it was another enhanced level of service, which no one could argue better lifeguards is good. But I just had to draw the line somewhere, and so those were the two reasons I didn't put those two packages forward.
Thank you.
But I did definitely have them down on the list. So.
Thanks.
Amy?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, first I'm going to respond to what Councilmember Curtis just said with those two service packages because I have thoughts on those. I thank you for raising both of those, Councilmember Curtis. I'm really intrigued by her idea of examining the youth council funding as a potential source for the teen programming and mobile education, if perhaps that would be a better use that would be more in line with our council goals. So I would be really interested in just seeing how much we're spending there to see what we could do there. The lifeguards, that's also something that I want to see more water safety measures, and I see increased lifeguards as one of those. I was a little bit surprised in this service package. I don't have the page open, but I think it was just a few days earlier that we would see lifeguards from July 1st to June 28th or something like that, if I'm remembering correctly. So that was more my question is, can we even go bigger? But I understand that's something that we have to prioritize, and that could be something that we have a conversation with the potential ballot measure. So when we have that conversation about a potential ballot measure, I would like to see us look at perhaps even earlier to your comments about climate change and needing to have even more days and more time of lifeguarded beaches and pools. So that's my thoughts on what Councilmember Curtis had to say. I'm also really happy to see so much in here. The pop-up dog parks, I know we had already talked about this at a previous meeting, but I'm so happy to see that in there. The park restrooms, thank you, because we know that this is something that not only is a huge top priority to the community that we heard in our outreach for the PROS plan, but as I've mentioned in previous meetings, this is an equity issue too. I'm someone of many in our community who have an invisible disability that needs access to restrooms when I'm out and about. So it's a huge quality of life issue for folks with disabilities to be able to just be out and enjoy parks and enjoy our public spaces. So really happy to see some funding there. Also with land acquisition, and combating climate change and just preserving green space. So thank you so much for that. And while we're discussing land acquisition, can we please talk about the vacant lot that's near Fire Station 24 and Goodwill at the northwest corner of 100th Avenue and 132nd Street, or what my son Vinny affectionately calls the ugly corner. This is the corner that's across from Juanita Elementary. It's a Christmas tree lot for a week or two a year. It's the only time that it's not a complete eyesore, in my opinion. My understanding is that it has been in this terrible condition for decades. It certainly has been at least for the almost decade that my family has lived close by. And I've heard from others who've lived here for many decades that it's been in this condition for perhaps 30 or 40 years. So I have heard complaints about this corner from community members a lot over the years. Something needs to be done about it. It's awful just to continue to let it sit and rot. My understanding is that the private sale that we were all hoping would finally transform this corner has unfortunately fallen through. So can we please just explore what the cost would be to purchase this lot and the cost of any needed environmental remediation as well? It's in such a prime location. I know it's not a huge piece of property, but it's such a prime location and has so much potential. It's close to transit, multiple apartment complexes. There's a school that I mentioned right across the street. We're working on those 100th Avenue improvements right there. So it really could be, so many things. It could be a great pocket park location. I'm sure there are many other good uses that we could hear from the community for this space. So I'd like to at least know what it would cost to see if it's even feasible to explore further how to turn this ugly corner into the beautiful corner. So I'm not necessarily asking for funding for it right now, even though this is a budget conversation, but I did want to raise it as potentially something that we could discuss in the future, and would at least for now want to know just what it would cost for us to do something there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John, did you have some?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So, great. I really like what I see in the parks funding. I just wanted to kind of expand on one of the items in the service packages that wasn't recommended for funding, and regarding the park planning. And one of the things that we talked about during the CIP update was a real desire to kind of continue to move some important investments forward in our parks. But what was kind of one of the things that was getting in the way was just the capacity, staff capacity. And so I really want it to set us up for success, to be able to do more. And without that organizational structure to take on more, you can't do it. So I'm interested in that. And I guess the question is that something that would be funded as part of the levy consideration? Because we would probably need a couple more if we were to, or more than that, if we were really going to invest more money into, improving our park system.
Yeah, so that's actually the primary reason that I didn't, besides funding, running out of money, that I didn't put this position forward was thinking that when and if the ballot measure passed, we'd actually need a lot of new staff in this area, not just here, but in the CIP as well. So to fully fund it now, I just thought we should wait and see what happens with the ballot measure. This was another hard one, again, but we are putting a lot of money in the CIP unit through the other, like the RGRL and the CAR tab. So I think we're going to free up some capacity. So I was thinking we could probably handle anything we do in the next year or so. And then obviously if the ballot measure passed, you're talking about a $100 million aquatic center. They're just it's a whole different world. So that was the main reason I didn't forward this one.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I think I just want to kind of advocate for, even if the levy doesn't pass for whatever reason, it seems like that's still a need because we have a number of things that we're not even able to get to. And it doesn't seem like it's a one-time issue. It seems like it's going to just be more prevalent as we move forward and try to do more things. So it's something that, I don't know, I'm still interested in, but thanks.
Anything else on parks? Okay.
Moving on to attainable housing. Let me get closer. Attainable housing. So we have one slide here. I think we've talked about a number of these. Continue the Housing Trust Fund parity contributions at $830,000. That's one of the recurring one-time service packages that we have had. An additional increase of $500,000 for affordable housing in Kirkland. That would increase total arch to $1.3 million. the 800,000 that we previously talked about in community amenities for the Health Through Housing site at the previous La Quinta location, continue CDBG funding, and add resources. This is relatively cheap service package, but add resources for an online permit fee estimator, $5,000, so that people can estimate their own permit fees. And then reclass 2 construction inspectors from temporary to ongoing senior construction inspectors. We have an increase in the number of kind of high complex projects, and this would help as well with converting positions from one-time to ongoing.
Anything on attainable housing?
And I would just note that obviously we have Houghton Village, which will turn into a really big project, but we just don't know exactly how yet, so.
Okay.
All right, the next council goal to be discussed is financial stability. The first few items are not actually service packages, increased service, but noting that this budget continues the compliance with the adopted fiscal policies, which helps us retain our AAA credit rating. It continues the modified 2-year sales tax leg, protecting us against the economic downturns, and replenishes the reserves and enhances in the table below. With this budget proposal, the reserves are fully funded according to our policy levels. The next few service packages, the next 4 are investing in our employees for safety training, for candidate management, and for administering the city workers' compensation program, as well as support for the wellness program and the health and well-being of our employees. The final one on this slide is adding a resource for the telecommunications franchise and right-of-way analyst to negotiate, manage, and leases and agreements. This is currently handled by a committee, a cross-departmental committee of about 4 people, and the goal here is to put this all in one person. We manage dozens and dozens of cell tower leases and communication leases in the right-of-way of cities, of the city's right-of-way, and we charge an administrative fee for the contract and a use of the right-of-way fee. And so this resource would help put that all in one person and help negotiate them and keep them up to date. This budget adds resources for the capital improvement program consultant to help us to continue to improve efficiencies and help us deliver on the contracts and provide training and review the reports and prepare reports. The next 3 are converting one-time positions in the finance department. The first one is a business license data entry person, office specialist. We contract with the state's business licensing service, and most, I think, if not all other cities get the reports. These businesses have renewed their license, and then they approve them. We actually look at everyone, and we see somebody who says, well, last year you had 400 employees, and this year you put 1. And so we'll contact them and say, was there a mistake? And so having the resource to look at that as each one comes in improves our revenue and catches errors, because a lot of people who pay for the licenses in the businesses are staff that turns over, and so there's a lot of corrections we fix. Other conversions are office specialists and a half-time accountant to support the accounting needs. This budget asks for the addition of a business analyst for the various softwares in the finance department and the financial system so that we can upgrade, we can maintain, we can document, and we can start training the staff throughout the city on how to use our systems more efficiently. An administrative service manager is kind of a general management position in the finance department. This not only will help with the being the fiscal agent for the Regional Crisis Response Agency, but also there's a lot of implementation of new programs coming in the next year, in the next couple of years, and this will help relieve the management burden getting those implemented in the finance department. The temporary 6-month customer accounts associate, this is for our Springbrook upgrade, which is in the CIP. We haven't upgraded our utility billing software since 2011. And this time, we will re-enter the account so we can, I tell people, enter the technological age of paperless billing and more efficiencies in billing the staff and billing the customers. This also funds the impact fee study that will update the city's impact fee rates across transportation, parks, and fire, $200,000 one time. This will occur so to coincide with the transportation master plan update in 2024. And that's the end of the list. Questions?
Questions on the finance? I see Toby first. And then
Go ahead. Yeah.
Did we look into the possibility of funding the software or service that would allow us to identify short-term rentals in Kirkland that are not currently having a business license and not currently paying lodging tax?
We have not looked at that. It's on the list. It's not funded in this budget, but we could look at that. We have several companies who reach out to us offering that.
Yeah, I'd like to consider that. With the loss of the La Quinta, we've taken a bit of a hit, like 10% on the lodging tax, which affects our tourism programs. And to be able to identify where short-term rentals are happening will help address that lodging tax issue, but it will also help with neighbors who are having problems with short-term rentals that aren't following city regulations. Thanks.
Thank you. Neil?
Thank you. Just for my own, I kind of had this question throughout all of this section of the budget book. Just taking this first bullet, for example, so we're adding a new 1.0 FTE. The staff is informing the council, and we're telling the taxpayers that it's a $305,196 ongoing, $3,176 one time. Can I understand a little bit more about that? I read that and I make some assumptions, like it's 3,176, spent on recruiting, and 305 is a fully burdened FTE cost. Are my assumptions at all correct?
Yeah. The 3,176 is more likely getting the equipment that person needs because we don't have a laptop for them.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Initial purchase of the laptop, monitors, and supplies to get them started, so it's a one-time expense.
Okay.
But the 305 is a 2-year fully loaded wages and benefits.
Okay.
And that also includes IT rates for the ongoing, so software subscriptions to access the financial system, and some Microsoft subscriptions for the IT. And then this position in particular doesn't have a vehicle that comes with it, but if you see positions with a larger one-time cost, there's often a vehicle also purchased. So in planning and building, the inspectors will have their own vehicle, so you'll see a larger one-time cost there. And then that's the bulk is salaries, benefits, and then IT rates.
Okay, that's great. That's super helpful. Thank you.
Anything else on financials? Okay. Sustainability.
Sustainable environment. So the first one, which I've highlighted here, we talked about previously, the electric leaf blowers, the 500,000 in ARPA. We also have on this page the 400,000 at the bottom for funding the appearance and condition of the city's medians, landscaping, and right-of-way trees. This is from REIT. It's part of the Glenn Ackroff recommendations. And then some data collection and continue providing Orca passes. Next slide. So we have, again, the second portion of the median maintenance and tree team. So that's the 2 FTE utility persons. And then just skipping to the one at the bottom, we have the facilities conditions assessment. So a comprehensive reporting of the current condition and performance of city buildings. So we maintain a sinking fund for replacement of major infrastructure within buildings. So HVAC, roofing, gutters and siding and things like that. And in the past 5 to 10 years, we've added a number of buildings. We've completely remodeled a number of buildings. And so as we have previously tracked that essentially in a spreadsheet outside of the of a system, it needs to be updated, and it needs to be needs to be somebody come through and do a full assessment of the systems. Beyond that, on this page, we have resources for land use consulting for highly technical questions, increasing the Green Kirkland program assistant to a full-time position, and adding a facilities technician to support the maintenance and repair of city assets. I don't believe that a facilities technician has been added in the last 10 years or so at least, and we've added, as I say, a number of buildings, and we have a lot more city facilities to maintain. We are funding hiring of an energy service company to perform the analysis and compliance with the 2019 Clean Buildings Act. That's one time. And then establishing the sewer, surface water, and solid waste rates that council have previously seen and approved and were part of the budget and are part of the budget. I think that is it. Oh no, there's the CIP ones at the end. My apologies, I lost my place. So sewer utility CIPs total nearly 14 million in 23-24, including beginning the west of Market sewer main replacement, and then surface water a little under 7 million. And you can see two of the major projects that are funded in 23-24 there. That's the last environment.
I think I saw Kelly first, then Toby.
So George, can you walk me through the median maintenance? So we're talking about if we do the transportation benefit district, 300,000 of that would go to median maintenance. And the other 400,000, so is it 700,000 total?
So it's 300,000 is for the two, it was going to be 300,000 per year. And so the number you see up there, which is comes close to 500,000, is actually a little less than we had originally said in the July 5th study session. So that was for the 2.0 FTE. So in that study session, we had an estimate of just over $1.3 million from TBD revenue, $1 million for the debt service, the remainder to pay for these two positions. And actually the gap between these two positions and the 1.34 is what we're projecting to use for the rebate program for low-income discount. Basically, so there's about $100,000 difference between these costs and what we expect to get from the TBD, and so that's what we are proposing to use for the low-income rebate program. The 400,000 on the previous page here is actually REAP funding, and so that funds supplies and materials and kind of the work and the things that those two people will need, and that's funded with REAP maintenance flexibility.
Okay, so the entire program is closer to
yes.
7 over the biennium.
Okay, right. Over 2.
And this 400,000, there was a service package in the 21-22 budget for 200,000, 250,000, and this is a extension and a kind of growing of that program. So.
Okay, thank you. Because in my head, I've just got the 300,000.
Yeah.
I see Julie's here. Do you want to add anything?
That's right. George is right. That 400,000 for one time is to median replacement pilot and maybe hopefully extend that. And so this is putting that monies aside to look at that, as well as spruce up our downtown area as well.
Okay, thank you. And then since I have the floor, I just want to reiterate my desire to look at that service package, putting forward the sustainability master plan. And I understand why you've done this, city manager, and just raising this issue is going to make me unpopular with many people watching right now. But one of the things that we've talked about tonight is sustaining programs. And in my mind, looking at this service package for the sustainability master program is sustaining existing programs. So, thank you.
Yeah, so the request in the service package, I had to refresh my memory. So we do have 100,000 of ARPA money set aside for some low-income matching for conversion to heat pumps and so forth. The service package request was to add 300,000, basically 250,000 more to that. And again, it's certainly worthy, and there's something the council can talk about at the end because there's unallocated ARPA money. I didn't spend all the ARPA money. But just again, comparing the two programs, it was each of those adds another home, which is a good thing, but it's finite, right? And so I was trying to think, like, how do you, anyway, so that was the reason. But yeah, so I've got that down noted, and we'll see what we can come up with in the options coming back.
Toby.
Thanks. There's a topic that came up earlier today on social media that kind of fits in this area, so I thought I'd bring it up. A few years back, we had talked about the potential to bring reclaimed water in purple pipe down the CKC from Brightwater so that we don't have to use like newly purchased water for watering parks and playing fields and those kind of things. And is that completely off the table now, or is that still something we could explore?
It is something we could explore. So I'll give you the short version of what's a highly complicated regional water supply discussion that the mayor can certainly chime in on. At the moment, King County views the reclaimed water as a resource they would charge for. And if they charge for it, it's actually more expensive than the water we contract for. So there's a reclaimed, recycled basis to do it, but there's not a cost basis to do it. So when you add the cost of the infrastructure to the cost of water, it's a difficult thing to do. It is eventually the future, and so we've looked at it several times, and there's certainly policies in our comprehensive water plan to talk about it, but that as a backbone from King at this time is not ripe for a potential partnership. That's what I'd say diplomatically. And again, Mayor, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Yeah, I mean, the whole discussion about reclaimed water ignores the proposition that we have a water supply that we are all engaged around. And that conversation needs to happen from two perspectives, both just the amount that how that's going to affect our long-term need to be subscribed to these other systems or lake taps. But the other piece that is going to raise its ugly head and is already doing so is that PFAS is detected at the beginning of the reclaimed water process. It is detected in the same amounts at the end of the reclaimed water process. So as we look more closely at the issue of PFAS and the requirements that ecology is going to come down with, that will make it even more complicated.
Lovely. It just seems very odd to me, as a comment, that they currently just let all this stuff flow out into Puget Sound, and yet if we decided to use it, they'd want to charge us for it. That seems weird.
That is their current position.
Thanks.
Okay, George.
All right, the next section is next council goal is thriving economy. And the first slide has a continuation of existing funding, continuing the operating support for the Kirkland Performance Center, $50,000 a year, continued funding for the community programs and events, $144,000. This changes them to ongoing. This is $40,000 each year from waste management and $32,000 from the city to provide funding for these program events. And the next two are also continuation of programs that we've had, $60,000 a year in grant funding from the Port of Seattle has been used for activities such as Shop Local and Kirkland Cash. That is going to continue. And receiving $8,000 a year from a grant from For Culture to support the programs of the Kirkland Cultural Arts Commission. And the last on this slide is funding a 3/4-time temporary program assistant to help programs in the city manager's office. Continuing thriving economy, the next three are resource adds to staffing for complex technical tasks and improving the times for the plans examiner group. So reclassing a permit tech to a senior permit tech, adding resources in the building division for overtime for staff, and adding temporary intern to add capacity. The next one, Tourism Development Committee is noting that grants from the lodging tax are $60,000 for 2023, and the recommendations for 2024 will come in the bid-buy process. And finally, funding a surface water development opportunity fund for a one-time cost of $150,000 to repair and replace surface water infrastructure next to new development and leveraging private development as it occurs. And finally, funding with one-time money, contingent matching funds for the replacement of the ropes, the theatrical rigging system, and electric control at the Kirkland Performance Center. This funds the request at 50%, with them matching the other 50% through fundraising.
Neil?
So just to clarify on that last point, so I was going to ask you, I couldn't remember what the projected cost of the rigging at the Kirkland Performance Center was, but clearly it's about $2.5 million-ish. Right. And so at our last regular meeting, we talked about our legislative priorities list, and we have a list of 4 different capital budget requests from the state. That would be, when you say fundraising, that would be part of that fundraising, correct? That's what we're talking. That's what we were
Called other people's money.
That's what we're very likely. This is for me. I mean, I'm on the legislative work group, so I have a sense of this already. But for those who are listening and our taxpayers and that's what this is.
Plus, we do believe there's a role for the KPC to also raise money beyond us and beyond the state. But yes, that's one of the reasons we have that ask to the state legislature.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So in addition to the ropes and rigging and the electronic control system for that, there are other needs they have. They want to replace the decking of the stage. They want to replace the seats. These things are like 25 years old, right? And do a lot of interior refinishing. The total cost of that entire project is about $3.5 million. And so they do intend to raise money privately and try to get money from the state and try to get money from the city altogether.
Go ahead.
We haven't met with Jeff Lockhart yet. Are there also grants available? Did you guys talk about it?
Well, apparently, I don't know if Jim Lopez is still with us, but Jeff's been in conversations with Jim about identifying if there are any state grants that can be applied for directly outside of the legislative process. But they are talking about that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Anything to add, Jim?
No, other than I think Councilmember Nixon's had it dead spot on. There's the state funding. I think the KPC is willing to do their own funding drive to match the cities as well. So multiple sources, and including the grant program that we're going to look for.
Great. Okay. Other questions on thriving economy?
Can I go back to the previous slide just for a second, the one on the building? And I think this might be good just maybe to have Adam give a little bit of update. So we have done a remarkable job, Adam and his team, of hiring and keeping ahead of the Great Reshuffle for a long, long time. But our luck has started to run out a little bit. We're getting some turnover that's getting a little bit impactful. So part of the reason for some of these asks was to keep up with the workload. And we also just wanted to give you a heads up that it's getting harder and harder to find folks, and that may begin to impact some of the permit processing time. So Adam, if you want to speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, the city manager is right. We've had, excuse me. Well, good evening, Mayor and Deputy Mayor and council members. Yeah, we've had a lot of turnover, as the city manager has indicated, in the building division, also in the planning division as well. And so one of our strategies has been to make our staff a little more flexible in terms of being able to work in multiple work groups. And so that's what the senior permit technician position is about. That's sort of building a bridge between our permit technician group, which is responsible for intaking permits, and the plans examiner group, which is responsible for reviewing permits. And then we've also, of course, relied a lot on overtime as well, as we've been short on staff. And so that's what the second bullet point is all about. But we're really trying to find additional ways for our staff to be more flexible, just to fill in the gaps that we've been experiencing with all the attrition that we've been having. It's not necessarily been staff moving to places like Redmond or Bellevue, but a lot of staff moving just simply out of state. So we're also working on the planning side with overhiring as well, so that we have extra staff on board, so that when we are experiencing attrition, that we have the same number of staff that we had, a couple of years ago, at least. So thanks for the chance to talk about that.
Well, apparently there is a piece of legislation that is coming through that actually is going to penalize cities for slow response time on permitting, which I just heard about today. So tough to do that without staff. Go ahead, Neil.
Yeah, I think I heard a discussion of that at the Senate Housing and Local Government. They were talking about, I don't know, not very specific, but Adam, Adam disappeared. I was going to ask Adam about private sector losses. Do we have public to private sector losses in your department frequently, building or planning?
You know, Councilmember Black, that's a relatively uncommon occurrence, I think. I know of one example over the last couple of years of somebody going from the public sector to the private sector.
Mm-hmm.
So not to say that that couldn't be a trend that increases over time, but it's generally been people, I would say, mostly moving out of state and taking on new jobs that are not necessarily in the planning and building world. I would say that's sort of the second tier of people leaving. And then we've had a couple of people move on to other cities in the region at least, but that has been sort of less pervasive.
Okay, great, thank you. The reason I ask is I just think that heightens the risk. And if there is a public to private pipeline, you don't get paid overtime, but you probably get a higher base salary. And I do think, obviously, sustainability is an issue, right? So this is, I think, I'm seeing the city manager nod his head like he's probably about to agree with me. This is a short-term solution, can't be a long-term solution, because even overtime eventually makes people start questioning their work-life balance in our department, and we need to be making sure that we're meeting not just state mandates, but our own personal standards, right, for permitting and approvals, and especially in an environment in which we're trying to encourage more affordable housing. So,
Yeah, I totally agree. And going back to the very first part of this conversation at around 3 o'clock, part of the reason we've been proposing and the council's been supportive of competitive wages and things, in this time is really to attract and retain, sufficient folks to get the work done, and particularly retain. And we've done a pretty good job of that, but as Adam was saying, we tend to get people who move out of the state entirely. So we're going to keep looking at that. We also, again, working with HR, we're looking at all kinds of different ways to be creative in hiring and looking at more like fellowships versus long-term positions and just trying to engage the market where it is. It's it's really challenging. And it's not just us. We're actually doing better than quite a few cities, but it's everywhere, public and private sector.
Yep. Okay. So we charge on through to dependable infrastructure.
Dependable infrastructure. This is the final goal area, but there are a number of things here, so I'll go through them. So we start with the CIP. So we have the water CIP, the street CIP, the IT CIP, some pretty significant investments there, notably $30 million on streets, which does include $10 million of external funding. And then also the facilities CIP at the end, which includes the $800,000 for permanent supportive housing and the $700,000 for the Public Works Maintenance Center upgrades to address safety, co-compliance, security at that location. We're also adding resources for a capital project management software to improve coordination with stakeholders, group and owners. As the CIP grows, and it has grown a lot, having something dedicated to support coordinating and managing that process is very important. Adding resources for on-call transportation planning, adding a transportation engineer to work on a broad array of transportation engineering tasks. Early replacement in the street fund of 3 city street sweepers. Again, this is from the Akmaroff report. And I think that we had pushed back the replacement schedule of street sweepers, and we're now moving it back to 5 years. And upgrading the asphalt roller, which was scheduled for replacement this year. They're just upgrading the vehicle. This was mentioned earlier in the parking implementation discussion as a 2022 action, but replacing the outdated permits database, adding a street division maintenance supervisor position in the street fund, actually two positions there in the street fund, a utility craftsperson and a senior maintenance position, and then a surface water program manager to allow for closer coordination between the different functions within surface water. And then some equipment, fund the installation of a surface water system flow monitoring, adding another lead person in the surface water operation and maintenance team, adding a utility crafts person, meter reader or locator position, which will be split between streets, the water sewer fund, and the surface water fund. And then the final one there is a vehicle purchase of $150,000 for a hook lift hot box, which I didn't know what it was until we started these conversations, and I'm still not sure I totally understand, but it helps with asphalt patches. Moving on, a consultant to model and propose infrastructure locations along 132nd Ave Northeast. We need to update both the general sewer plan and the water system plan in 2025, or rather the plans that currently have 2025 as their year. Consultant to assist staff in meeting requirements of the lead and copper rule revisions, which are new. And then, again, more vehicle upgrades. So Public Works has been upgrading vehicles where appropriate as they replace them so they can get more efficiencies and more uses out of the vehicles they have. A development inspection supervisor to take over supervision of the inspection staff and support inspections during peak periods. This is in the Public Works Engineering Group. A construction inspector, because they have anticipated retirement coming up. And this speaks to, again, the conversation that the city manager and the planning director just had, but on the Public Works side. And then some fleet positions. We have a significant portion of the fleet is due for replacement or is due to be replaced in the next couple of years. And as we've seen in some of the other service packages, we have more vehicles and we have we've had a more difficult vehicle replacement process than we previously did, just because vehicles are something that's seen large increases in price and also large ordering times and lead times. And then replacement of a used and new oil distribution system. Some new service trucks, again, new vehicles, converting a one-time video production specialist position that supports, this is part of the hybrid public meeting and providing backup for the existing video production specialist. Some flash hazard assessment to adhere to the fire code that requires various things on our electrical equipment to be up to code. Public Works Maintenance Center fire panels. So again, this is making sure that the maintenance center fire panels are up to code. And a compact boom lift. This is a facilities vehicle that will provide access to building systems and landscaping. Okay, that is the final pages of the budget by goal area.
Yeah.
Thank you. First of all, can I just say, George, the fact that you Michael, and I know you both, but the level of knowledge that you have about this budget is just striking. So it's incredibly impressive. The whole team, just amazing. But George, you're shining. I don't know where you're pulling. I don't know if you have like secret access to all this information on your laptop right there or what, but dear Lord, it's unbelievable. Okay. So my question is, seeing all these vehicles, trucks, pickup trucks particularly, seeing a Ford pickup truck, it makes someone like me and probably a few of my colleagues go, hey, electric pickup trucks, Ford F-150 Lightning. I'm guessing if I were a procurement person, I would know that those trucks are only going to be useful for some of our purposes in the city and not all. But are we thinking about that, the cost of procuring electric vehicles, not just on sort of our, I don't know what we call them, but sort of the vehicles that staff uses to get from place to place, but also within our utility vehicles now that more and more of those coming online and They are more expensive, but maybe maintenance over the life of them is cheaper, or not necessarily maintenance, but operations and maintenance is cheaper.
Yeah, so I see Julie's on here, can speak to this as well, but go ahead, I'll let her go first, then I can supplement.
Yes, absolutely. We are excited to bring more electric vehicles into our fleet. The challenge we have right now is where to charge them. So we are at this very moment putting together an EV master plan. And part of that is looking at the load of our maintenance center facilities and to see if we can accommodate, obviously, places there for us to charge these vehicles. So there's a sequencing. So I think we need to, if we can square that away, and then I think we would definitely be looking to, as vehicles are up for replacement, replace them with electric vehicles.
And we do have, I believe it's 2 Ford Lightnings on order for Fleet 2B, something that we can pilot with the Parks and Public Works. So, but they have a huge lead time and you can't get very many, but we are going to try those out. And
Yeah,
it
only we need
appears as if
somebody
they can
who-
pretty much do everything that any other truck could do, but you just can't really get them.
I was going to make a joke, inappropriate.
Darn. Amy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, now I want to hear the joke. You'll have to tell us later now. Well, I have some feedback on one of the service packages that I'm going to say is relevant here, even though you didn't mention it, is the snow program equipment enhancements, which I was happy to see, and I support what's in there. And we've discussed the idea before of starting some sort of snow removal incentive program for our residents to encourage more folks to shovel the sidewalks that are adjacent to their properties. So I would love to see some funding. I don't think it needs to be a lot of funding. I don't know what it would take. But to begin such a program, which could involve, for example, distributing free shovels to residents to encourage them and to have some sort of marketing campaign, education campaign around this need. I know we've had this conversation. I feel like we've had this conversation multiple times just in the few years that I've been on council. Every year after we have big snow events and we talk about this and we talk about, the carrot or the stick, and we say, let's start with the carrot. So we need to actually starting with the carrot because we're seeing more and more snow events. And so I would really love to see something in there, at least the beginning stages of something to get such a program kicked off. Thank you.
I love that it's time to order the shovels now.
Yes.
Got it. Further discussion? Looks like we're good.
So before we move to the unprogrammed resources and have the conversation about the money that's left over, there's a few things we want to highlight that aren't included in the budget, less things we didn't fund, but just kind of, the watch list, as the city manager's been calling it. So the first, which he mentioned, is there's no recession budgeted here. We do have the 2-year lag for sales tax. We do have healthy reserves. We are budgeting conservatively, but we are not specifically forecasting a recession. The second is the Houghton Park and Ride. There is $10 million set aside in one-time general fund resources to purchase the Houghton Park and Ride, but we don't have an appraisal yet from WashDOT. And so that $10 million estimate was done some months ago. It could be larger than that now. I think I mentioned towards the beginning, we don't have any settled bargaining contracts. So we don't have defined increases for 2023 and beyond, and the IFF contract is actually still not settled for 2022. So we have some cost of living increases. We have reserves for them, but we don't have the kind of defined increases there. The low-income utility billing program is something we haven't talked about a lot yet, but we made a very early estimate of what this could be. We took the work the solid waste consultant had done on estimating the need there and kind of expanded it out. And so there was funding in the general fund, in the water fund, the water sewer fund, and in the solid waste fund. It's possible that if that program is successful and we want it to be, then it could be larger. I think it's probably unlikely to be larger in this first 23-24 biennium, just because we have there's a lot of challenges around it, policy-wise as well as finance-wise. We work through some of them with ARPA, but right now, correct me if I'm wrong, Michael, but our program is eligible for people who own the house or pay the bill, and many renters don't do those things. So we have some other things to work through, but just as a kind of putting it out there that we don't have a great way of sizing what that program could be at full capacity. And then Houghton Village, we've talked about it on off during the budget. We made an interfund loan from the Fleet Facilities and Development Services Fund to purchase that in 2022. That needs to be paid back by May 2025. We have made no assumption for repayment in 23-24. And the loan was a total of just about $7 million. So that would be, we're assuming there will be a repayment plan, but that isn't budgeted in there yet.
It was about 14 million.
Okay, it was 14. Oh yeah, it was 14. It was $7.5 million from Fleet. Right. So.
Just got excited there. I was like, only 7 million, hey.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
So really quickly, just for my own edification, so no recession.
Yep.
Of our revenue sources, which just maybe answer the obvious question, which of our revenue sources is most susceptible to recession?
Sales tax.
Okay. And on sales tax, we do have the conservative assumption associated with 2-year lag. What's the next most vulnerable to recession?
I mean, probably development revenues, although those obviously are restricted, and then REIT, which again is somewhat restricted, but those are obviously both tied to the housing market. Beyond that, our major revenue sources, I mean, property taxes, the one good thing about the way that, for us at least, of the way it works in Washington is they are very recession resilient because it just rises by 1%. Utility taxes are dependent on people's ability to pay their bills. And then we have a range of kind of, recreation fees and more fees that people can choose to pay or not, which could be impacted. But really, we're talking about sales taxes and then REIT, and then that would mostly affect the capital program.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. All right. You ready for a transition?
Yep. So we have.
So I guess one question is, do you want a final break before we go into this, the last 2 slides and maybe discussion, or do you want to go into it now? Do you want
Sure, 5 minutes, fine.
take 5 minutes?
Maybe 10.
Call it 8. That's a nice round number.
Okay.
Or 7. I don't know why I thought 8 was a round number.
We'll be back. We're shooting for 8.
8 o'clock? Okay.
Kathy, can I borrow?
Recording in progress.
Okay, we're back from another brief break. And back to you, George.
Okay, thank you. We have a couple slides left. The first is to run through the unprogrammed resources that we've been promising to get to all evening. So after the all the known uses such as carryovers and the 10 million set aside for Houghton Park and Ride, but before reserve replenishment, there's just about 8 million remaining in general fund resources. So as we mentioned earlier, about 3 million of this, just under, is for reserve replenishment. So that leaves us with about 5 million in resources. Staff's recommendation at this point is to keep an additional 2 million for Houghton Park and Ride in case the appraisal comes in higher. And then we've put 1% of revenues for flexibility. This would be another hedge against a recession. It would be another kind of, for the previous slide, the things that, could be bigger. It's also, this would be the first place that we could then take resources from in the next biennium rather than going into any of our specific reserves. After that, there is $547,556 unprogrammed in one-time resources. And this is the money that is not yet anywhere in the budget. So with that, unless there's questions on this slide specifically and how we reach that calculation, we can hand over for council discussion.
Okay. So to this number, do we want to add some of the questionable uses? I think 38,000 was one. For the Kalakala.
Yeah, we I think captured most of
we
those.
did, but we didn't capture it here, so we don't.
Okay.
So at some point, I think, let's talk about, well, how would you like to run this part?
So I think the next slide is just discussion, right? So, is that right? Okay, so yeah, let's keep this one on there just to. So there's a couple things. So the first thing we can do is we could do probably not for tonight, but we could do a quick tally, but I did a sort of back of the envelope. And since some of the things you asked about were not necessarily general fund, right? They could be capital, they could be so forth. We could come back to you at the next meeting with, here's how much what we heard you ask for as of the 547 is used. You may not use all of it, or you might use more than it, right? And then we could also say, here's some ways that you might look at funding the other things you asked about that could be REACH or something like that. Or we could talk about it tonight if you want to, but it might be easier for all of you if we try to maybe frame up some options for what you have asked to be put back on the table.
So did folks get to talk about what they wanted back? I mean, I know some did, and I know Amy's not done. And I know I wanted to look a little bit more about funding around the sustainability master plan and what we could do there. But it's obviously already more than 547,000 plus 38,000 plus whatever. So maybe we should just get the stuff on the table that folks are feeling strongly about, because it's going to come down to probably a dot game at some point. So, Amy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, are we repeating what we've already said or not repeating what we've already
I don't think you need to repeat.
Okay.
I think we've captured it. When you get our return, if we missed something, you can tell us, but I think we've captured everything said so far.
Okay.
Between me and the finance staff.
So I won't repeat the divers art and snow removal.
Oh, we got that. We got that.
It's obvious, but I just want it said on the record that I also want us to consider funding the remainder of the Human Services grant applications. Or the recommended from the Human Services Commission.
Which is just over 500? What is it?
274,000.
Yeah, okay.
That's an annual number, the 274. So it would be double that for
500,
the 2 years.
Oh, I apologize. There was actually one thing, I've mentioned this to, I think, the mayor, but we actually discovered the Human Services Reserve. So that's
It has $160,000 in it. I have missed a fiscal note from before. So the council had a Human Services Reserve that was at the start of this biennium from additional sales tax from 2020. There is $160,000 left in that, which could be used for the Human Services grants. That could take away from whatever the...
So that brings up a question for me. So if Jan is going to go back to the Human Services Commission next week, do we want her to incorporate the $160,000 into her discussion with them with regard to
priorities, or do we want to put it on this list? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, since it's Human Services Reserve, I would advocate that we give her the 160,000 back.
And I would agree.
I think so too. And then that leaves what, 350-ish thousand that they would have to decide to put to the final tier, and then we would have the conversation as to whether that 350-ish, that we would fund some of that with this 550,000.
I see Jen is actually.
Do I have head nods on at least the 160?
Yeah, yes, and
Okay.
a comment.
All right. Go ahead.
And to clarify, so next week, they would, the Human Services Commission would be tasked with prioritizing that 160,000?
Along with the other number that
But
we
first,
already added.
But first, okay.
So I think what we would want back from the Human Services Commission is, with the remaining gap, what would they recommend is what's not funded? So then you could see that list and say, of all the things that are not funded, do you want to fund any of it? Or do you feel like they're far enough down that you don't need to?
Perfect, that's just what I need. Thank you.
So both those lists will come back to us. John?
I wanted to switch gears from human services for a sec.
Sure.
So a couple kind of thoughts or requests on moving forward from this point is, I mean, my expectation is we'd see a list with potential costs, you know, and everything kind of capture what was said today. And, you know, I know it will be, you know, some big number, but it'd be nice to see if some of those could be funded from other sources other than the general fund. And you might not have the answer, but at least flag them as potential for other sources of funds. I would like the Houghton Park and Ride 2 million and the 1% general fund reserve revenues as optional as well. I mean, because I think we can talk about that. But I guess what I would like to have maybe before then is maybe you to send an email to us to make sure you captured everything we said, because I don't want to show up next week and, you know, a couple of my things are not there because they weren't captured. Because I want to have that discussion, I guess, next week. I don't want to, because otherwise it moves to mid-November and it's starting to get late, so.
I'm pretty sure they captured it.
I know, I just like to be sure.
It's fair, right?
We're on recording.
Or maybe not captured, maybe not understood fully what I said, which I totally understand because I don't know that I made complete sense.
We can absolutely do that, yeah.
Okay.
And that is always the first place we do look is there a non-general fund way to do this? So, well, we'll do that as well.
Great. Toby?
So we're kind of throwing out ideas right now, right? So something I've mentioned, and I'm only going to mention one thing, but something I've mentioned a number of times before is an effort to teach people about how to interact with the city and get things done. And I think that with our DEIB efforts, to be able to do this kind of thing in multiple languages would be helpful. And I'm talking about like how-to videos, like how to start a business in Kirkland, how to get a permit in Kirkland, how to have an influence on city policy, like how to be able to express your ideas to the council if you have a concern. And it's not always easy to discover these things today. I think I think this was addressed in the DEIB plan, but I don't see funding for doing this kind of thing in the budget right now. Of course, I have no idea how much it would cost, right? But if we have a little extra money left over, I would love to explore how do we make it easier for people who are not familiar with the way government works in the U.S. or not familiar with our culture, to be able to start a business and those kind of things in Kirkland.
Amy?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, Madam Mayor, you made a good point earlier, and this is kind of a follow-on to Councilmember Curtis's comments about implementation of some of the goals in the Sustainability Master Plan and looking at funding there. So I agree with that. And in hearing Councilmember Nixon's comments, I feel the same way about our DEIB plan. Have we, gone through, and maybe that's something that, we could do again in preparation for our next meeting, but, and are there other initiatives that we can and should be thinking about that we could include in the budget that need funding behind them that aren't already in the budget? Thank you.
Great. You're supposed to let them wait for a couple of minutes. Got anything else?
Well, I would reiterate, if you think of something after this meeting, obviously we'll be meeting again, but you can certainly email me and George and Michael, with additional thoughts that we can bring back.
So we're wrapping up after this?
So I think that's our final slide, right? So
There are a couple slides on the next steps. So we have a study session next Tuesday, as we talked about, the public hearing, and then again on the 15th. One item is we often have a as-needed third study session, which is not scheduled. It would ordinarily have been scheduled as an as-needed for the 8th. It would have been moved to the Wednesday for the election. So the question for council was whether we need to schedule that now or whether we wait to next Wednesday, or alternatively, we can use some of the as-needed time on the 15th.
I suspect we don't know. I think that next week we'll have potentially the entire study session.
we can use the whole study session if we need it, yeah.
Okay, it seems to me if we get a good, concise list of what we think monies are there and what, that it shouldn't take us the whole time even to get it done. So I'm going to say, yeah, we can cram it in if we have to, but at this point, I don't think so.
And I think if we need extra time on the 15th, we have the as-needed CIP study session. So we could always, if there was a couple of items, we could always wrap it up then as well.
Great.
So, just thinking logistics. So the meeting on the 1st, the packet's due to you on the Thursday of like 2 days from now. We probably won't have all this ready to be in the packet. We'll probably need to bring it or send it to you just before. So just so that we can have actually recommendations and things. So if that's okay.
Right, but if you can let us know.
Yeah, we'll get that back before.
Okay, that'd be great. Okay, doable?
Okay.
You've got all your minions in the background
Yes.
writing all this down.
I mean, if we can make it, we will, for sure.
Super.
I just want to say thank you for your thoughtful comments and for giving us all this time and staying engaged for 6 hours. We really appreciate it.
Well, I just want to make a comment. You know, I've been doing this for 13 years, and this is reading this budget document in 2 days was hard. But to start it out with with just the title, Sustaining Services and Building a Community Where Everyone Belongs, is so consistent with the work that we've driven ourselves to over the years. And then you dive into the budget and it simply does exactly what you say it does. So I more than before, this really worked for me. I think it provoked a lot of thinking, but we have been consistent in our values and in the directions that we've pointed ourselves in, and you captured it beautifully. You all did. So the fact that you can articulate our goals and objectives so clearly through your descriptions of the various programs, we are so lucky. So I just want to say thank you to all of the staff that are here with us tonight. This is another amazing body of work that we are amazing at. So looking forward to next week. And I'll give you an extra 45 minutes to get home. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Anybody else?
Thank you.
We are therefore, what are we? Adjourned.